Gray had never put stock in the notion of a light at the end of the tunnel. That supposed vision people swore came with near-death experiences. Those stories of jolting awake in a cold sweat, proclaiming they had seen the light. And yet, here he was, standing within what could only be described as such a tunnel, a blinding radiance waiting at its end. The last thing he remembered was falling asleep in his room, the royal bedchamber, as others so insistently called it. Had he died? If so, how? Assassination? Poison? A blade in the dark? He tried to recall whether he had wronged anyone directly, but quickly dismissed the thought. Being a figure of power meant that motives for his death were abundant, even if he himself had never laid eyes on those who bore the grudges. The pressure pulling him toward the light pressed down on him with such force that he could no longer comfort himself with the notion that this might be nothing more than a dream. Instead of struggling, Gray let his body relax, and to his surprise, the strange current tugging him forward seemed to ease, making the journey more bearable. It felt as though the passage stretched on for an eternity. Part of him half expected to hear a choir of angelic voices, children singing hymns to guide him into what he hoped would be heaven. But no such melody came. Instead, the world around him warped, blurring into a haze of glaring light, as though he were peering through a fogged window. The brightness was overwhelming, forcing his eyes shut. Then came the sounds, indistinct, chaotic, pressing against his ears until they made him dizzy. He tried to speak, to demand an explanation, but what escaped his mouth was not words. It was a cry. Gradually, the cacophony softened, the overwhelming noises fading until one voice rose clear above the rest. "Congratulations, sir and madam. He's a healthy boy." Wait. The realization struck with such force it froze his thoughts. He should have been awestruck by the miracle of birth, humbled by the experience of witnessing it firsthand. Yet all he could think about was his own end. If he was alive enough to be born, then surely he couldn't be dead. Could he? Gray forced himself to assess the situation with the calm reasoning expected of a king. First and foremost, the language spoken here was one he could understand. That alone was a relief. He pried his eyes open again, though the effort was painful. His newborn vision was assaulted by bursts of color and indistinct shapes until, gradually, they settled into clarity. A face swam into view. Not an especially pleasant one. The man had long, graying hair that spilled from both his head and chin, and thick glasses that magnified his eyes disproportionately. From his bearing, he seemed to be a doctor, yet he wore no gown, and nothing about this place resembled a hospital. Instead, Gray found himself lying on a bed of straw in a cramped chamber, its walls dimly illuminated by the flicker of candles. The scene resembled less a birthing room and more a summoning ritual from some infernal cult. His gaze drifted next to the woman nearby, the one who had so clearly just given birth to him. By logic alone, she was his mother. He studied her through his still hazy eyes. She wasn't glamorous in the grand sense, but there was a loveliness to her, a soft and genuine beauty. Auburn hair framed her face, her lashes were long, her brown eyes gentle, and her nose delicately shaped. More than her features, however, it was the warmth she radiated, an irresistible, maternal presence that tugged at him. For the first time, Gray wondered if all infants felt this instinctive pull, this bond that urged them to cling to their mothers. Gray reluctantly peeled his gaze away from the woman he instinctively recognized as his mother and turned to the figure standing on his right. The man's face was split into a foolish grin, his eyes brimming with tears as he stared at the newborn with unrestrained joy. From that expression alone, Gray surmised this was his father. Sure enough, the man leaned closer and blurted out, "Hi, little Art. I'm your daddy. Can you say Dada?" Gray's newborn head tilted slightly as he caught the reactions around him. Both the auburn-haired woman and the bespectacled doctor exchanged identical looks of exasperation before his mother let out a soft scoff. "Honey, he was just born." Taking a closer look at his father, Art could see why his lovely mother had been drawn to him. Aside from the few loose screws he clearly had, such as expecting a newborn to articulate a two-syllable word, Art decided to give him the benefit of the doubt and assume he had simply been overcome with the joy of fatherhood. He was, undeniably, a charismatic-looking man with a clean-shaven, square jawline that enhanced his features. His ashy brown hair was neatly trimmed, and his strong, sharp eyebrows extended like twin blades. Yet his eyes softened his appearance, drooping slightly at the corners, their sapphire blue hue carrying a quiet gentleness. His mother's voice broke through his observations. "Doctor, why isn't he crying?" "I thought newborns were supposed to cry." While Art finished studying his presumptive parents, the bespectacled gentleman who introduced himself as the doctor dismissed her concern. "There are cases where the infant does not cry. Please continue resting for a couple of days, Mrs. Leywin. Mr. Leywin, I'll be available in case you need me for anything." And so began the first day of a new life. In the weeks that followed Art's emergence from the tunnel, life became a new kind of torment. His body offered him little cooperation. He had almost no motor control beyond flailing his limbs around, and even that left him exhausted. It didn't take long for him to realize that infants had virtually no command over their fingers. When someone placed a finger in his palm, the tiny hand didn't grasp out of affection, but rather from a reflex, as automatic as a twitch when struck on the funny bone. Control. He didn't even have mastery over his own bladder, forced to endure the humiliating reality of a body that refused to obey. His parents' room became, in Art's mind, the site of some unholy ritual. From what he could gather, he had been transported back in time into a world before the existence of electricity. That was his best guess, until his mother proved otherwise. One day, his foolhardy father swung him around carelessly and bumped him against a drawer, leaving a scratch on his leg. His mother didn't panic. She didn't fetch water or bandages. Instead, she placed her hand over the wound. And then Art saw it. Not the gentle healing of a kiss or the press of a cloth, but a radiant light spilling from her palms, accompanied by a faint, otherworldly hum. The scratch vanished as though it had never been there. Art's tiny body froze, his mind racing. Where the hell am I? Art's parents, Alice and Reynolds Leywin, seemed by all accounts to be good people, perhaps even the very best. His mother, in particular, struck him as nothing short of angelic. He had never known anyone so warm-hearted and kind. She often carried him along on her errands, secured snugly in a cradle strap on her back as she made trips into what she called a town. The place was named Ashbur, though to Art it looked more like a glorified outpost than any true settlement. There were no proper roads, nor buildings of stone or wood. Instead, a dirt trail cut through the middle, flanked on either side by rows of tents. Merchants and traders hawked their wares beneath those canvas shelters, offering everything from common household necessities to far stranger goods, glinting weapons, suits of armor, and even rocks that sparkled with an inner light. Perhaps hoping to help him grasp the language more quickly, Alice would chat to him constantly as she went about her errands, narrating her purchases, greeting familiar faces, and exchanging warm words with the vendors. Art listened as best he could, trying to take it all in, but inevitably his fragile infant body betrayed him. Before long, his eyelids would droop, his consciousness slipping away against his will. Damn this useless infantile form of mine, he thought bitterly each time sleep claimed him. Art awoke nestled in his mother's lap, her gentle hand absent-mindedly stroking his hair while her full attention rested on Reynolds. His father was standing a short distance away, chanting in a low, steady rhythm. The words stretched on and on, well over a minute, like some solemn prayer offered to the earth itself. Art leaned forward as far as his tiny body would allow, nearly toppling from his living seat in anticipation. His mind raced with possibilities, the ground splitting apart in a violent quake, or perhaps a towering stone golem tearing its way free from the soil. The suspense was maddening, especially for an infant whose patience was already thinner than paper. At last, the earth responded. 3 boulders, each the size of a grown man, rose up from the ground with a heavy rumble before slamming forcefully against a nearby tree. Art blinked. What in the name of... That was it? He flailed his arms wildly, intending to express his frustration, but Reynolds only laughed and misread the gesture entirely. Flashing a grin full of pride, he said, "Your daddy is awesome, huh?" Whatever magic Reynolds had managed with the boulders, Art quickly realized his father's true strength lay in combat. When Reynolds strapped on his iron gauntlets, even Art, despite his lifetime of experience battling elite fighters, found himself impressed. His father's movements were fast and decisive, almost shockingly so for his bulky frame. Each strike of his fists carried enough raw force to pulverize stone and topple trees, yet his technique was refined, leaving no careless openings for an enemy to exploit. In Art's former world, Reynolds would have been recognized as a high-tier fighter, the kind of man trusted to lead a unit of soldiers. But here, to Art, he was simply father. The days slipped by in a blur. Art absorbed everything he could, listening keenly to every word his parents spoke and observing the world around him with sharp, unrelenting focus. Each day became a test of discipline as he pushed his new body to its limits, practicing endlessly to master even the most basic motor functions hidden deep within his infant form. Art had once been a king. In his previous life, he could have summoned his country's army to kneel at his feet with a mere snap of his fingers. He had outdueled rivals from both foreign lands and his own people, using his skill to settle disputes and secure his position. In swordsmanship and the control of Kai, he was unmatched. Personal strength had been the cornerstone of rulership in that world. Yet despite all of that, he could not recall a single moment in either life that filled him with as much pride as now. He could crawl. Until this moment, though he had hungered for knowledge about this new world, he had been forced to rely on the stories his mother told to lull him to sleep, often grumbling in protest when she stopped too soon. His father would sometimes perch him on his lap and recount past exploits, each tale offering small but revealing glimpses into the nature of this strange, magical world. From what Art had gathered so far, this world seemed fairly straightforward, one filled with magic and warriors, where power and wealth dictated social rank. In that sense, it wasn't so different from his old world, aside from the lack of technology and the subtle distinction between this world's magic and the Kai, or life force, of his previous life. His father, Reynolds Leywin, had once been an adventurer, a legitimate profession in this world, and carried a wealth of experience. He had participated in numerous expeditions in search of treasure and completed missions acquired from the Adventurers Guild. Eventually, he had settled down after meeting Art's mother, Alice, at the kingdom's border in a city called Valden. Reynolds often boasted about how Alice had supposedly fallen for him at first sight when he visited the local Adventurers Guild hall where she worked. Art, however, suspected otherwise, remembering how his mother had slapped his father across the back of the head and told him to stop feeding him lies. By now, Art knew his full name, Arthur Leywin, named after his great-grandfather from the days when House Leywin had been far more influential. His parents called him Art for short. Though the nickname initially struck him as too cute for a former king, a glance at his reflection in a metal sheet used as a mirror forced him to admit that his features were indeed endearingly youthful. He had inherited his mother's glowing auburn hair and his father's bright azure eyes. He couldn't predict how his facial features would mature, but he reasoned that staying in good fighting shape would serve him well. Weeks had passed as he struggled to crawl, achieving only an uncoordinated scuffle in place. Eventually, he managed to sneak into the family library while his mother hung laundry outside, but it took her only a few minutes to locate him once she noticed his absence. Even if he had had hours in the room, it wouldn't have mattered. Once he opened a book, he realized that while he could understand spoken language, reading was another matter entirely. Frustrated, he met his mother's exasperated tone as she scolded him with a sigh. "I swear, you're going to be as much of a handful as your father." By the end of the week, Art had absorbed enough vocabulary from his mother's nightly story reading sessions to begin some independent study in the library. Within a few weeks, his mother had grown accustomed to finding him tucked into a corner surrounded by books. Whether she suspected anything, He couldn't tell, but she allowed him to remain there as long as she stayed nearby, and the door remained open. He spent the afternoon finishing the 5th volume of an encyclopedia of Dicathan, the world he now inhabited. Closing the book, he shifted into a more comfortable position on the ground. Lying on his belly, crawling and sitting upright still proved exhausting. As he pondered the information he had just read, he realized the world was relatively underdeveloped. From what he could infer, technological progress was minimal. The primary means of transportation were horse-drawn carriages, which varied in size depending on whether they were intended for local or long-distance travel, and sailing ships used to navigate rivers. Weapons were openly carried and largely unregulated, except when visiting the royal family or other high-ranking authorities. Art remained baffled by the sight of people strolling through town with weapons as casually as one might carry a designer bag. On one occasion, while accompanying his mother, he had seen a man lugging a massive war axe so tall that its handle dragged on the ground behind him. In his previous life on Earth, soldiers and guards did carry weapons, but their purpose was primarily deterrence, not killing. Here, the rules were markedly different. Art had recently witnessed a thief pilfer a few items from an armory, only to be slashed in the back by a towering, bald mercenary wielding a polearm. To his astonishment, the bystanders didn't intervene. They cheered the mercenary as the thief lay dying. One similarity between Dicathan and Art's previous world was the system of monarchy. The continent was divided into several kingdoms, each ruled by a king and his royal family. Unlike Earth, however, the kings here were chosen strictly by lineage, passing the title from father to son in an unbroken line. Crowns had once been inherited on Earth as well, but centuries of political evolution had changed the system. Earth's rulers were still called kings, but they were not simply born into the position, they were trained. Wars between countries had become nearly obsolete, replaced by controlled duels or limited conflicts. Disputes affecting the safety and well-being of a nation were settled either by direct duels between rulers, using only kai and close combat weapons, or, in smaller matters, by mock battles between platoons with restricted use of firearms. Earth's kings were no longer the stereotypical figureheads sitting ignorantly on a throne. To protect their country's honor and citizens, they had to be formidable warriors. As he scanned through the encyclopedia, Art noticed there was little information about continents beyond the one he currently inhabited. This struck him as odd, considering that ships transported goods and passengers along the continent's rivers. He assumed, however, that maritime technology had not yet advanced enough to allow for oceanic travel. One aspect of this world that was particularly difficult to get used to was the existence of magic. On Earth, superhuman abilities were rare, but here, the capabilities of magic seemed far beyond anything he had encountered. On Earth, practitioners had learned to condense and manipulate the kai naturally present in their bodies. Similar to building muscle through exercise, repeatedly breaking down the kai center by depleting the kai inside it, followed by periods of rest, allowed the kai center to grow stronger. This expanded pool of kai could then be channeled throughout the body via special pathways called meridians, strengthening both body and mind. In this world, life force was called mana, and unlike kai from his old world, it existed in the surrounding atmosphere. Practitioners, known as mages, would draw mana from the environment into their bodies, condensing it within their mana core for use. On Earth, kai only existed internally, and whether it had never existed in the atmosphere or had simply ceased to do so, Art would never know. On Earth, practice was crucial, but the innate size of a user's kai center was even more critical, as the body contained a finite amount of kai. This made Art wonder whether the size of a person's mana core mattered as much here, given the constant availability of atmospheric mana. The cup might be smaller, but it could be continually replenished. In his previous life, even though his kai center was modest in size, Art had been considered a prodigy, expertly channeling every bit of his kai to compensate for any limitations. Through this mastery, he had become the strongest in the elite division of duelists, earning the right to ascend as king. Art wondered if he could apply a kai practitioner's techniques to the mana both inside a mana core and in the surrounding atmosphere. Could he essentially double or even triple the strength he had once possessed? He pulled another book from the bottom shelf, The Beginner's Guide for the Privileged Mage, which answered some of his questions. While the power to control mana was largely genetic, there were many cases where children of mages could not sense the mana around them. A recent census showed that roughly 1 in 100 children could sense mana, though the extent of this ability could only be determined once the mana core was fully developed, which occurred from early adolescence to the late teen years. A mage's first awakening was indicated by the initial repellence of the surrounding mana when the mana core manifested, resulting in a translucent barrier forming for several minutes around the awakened individual. Flipping through the pages, Art found a passage that immediately caught his attention. Mana, the book explained, could be used in a variety of ways. The two most common methods were augmenting, enhancing the body with mana, and conjuring, which involved emitting mana into the outside world. Augmenting was most frequently seen among warriors who channeled mana through their bodies to strengthen themselves and their attacks. Conjuring, on the other hand, was practiced by mages who, after channeling their mana, could cast spells to affect the surrounding area or directly target an opponent. Art turned a few pages to the chapter titled Weaknesses and Limitations. The book detailed that while augmenters could possess incredible strength, defense, and agility, their primary weakness lay in limited range. Conjurers, conversely, wielded unfathomable powers capable of bending their surroundings to their will, but these abilities came with their own limitations. Unlike augmenters, who relied mostly on the mana within their own mana cores, conjurers needed to supplement their core with external mana to manipulate their surroundings effectively in the form of spells. Though both types of mages, referred to as mana manipulators in the text, were ranked by the strength of their mana cores, the metrics for measuring their aptitude differed. An augmenter's skill was determined by the strength of the mana channels within their body, which dictated the speed and efficiency with which mana could be relocated from their core to various parts of their body. A conjurer's power and talent, by contrast, were measured by the strength of their mana veins, which indicated their speed and efficiency in drawing mana from the outside world to cast spells. Mages, or mana manipulators, were typically classified into one of these two categories, as attempting to master both from an early stage was time-consuming and often unsuccessful. The categorization depended on the relative strength of an individual's mana channels and mana veins, differences that were generally evident at birth. Augmenters did not require strong mana veins, as they primarily drew mana from their own cores, while conjurers did not rely on powerful mana channels, since they did not circulate their mana within their own bodies. As proficiency advanced, the distinctions between an augmenter's and a conjurer's abilities naturally diminished. Art paused for a moment to process this new information. It seemed his father, despite his formidable strength, was a competent augmenter, but a less-than-average conjurer. That healing light, though, what exactly was his mother? Art's eyes lit up as he read. There were rare deviants, the text explained, the two best-known types being elemental deviants and emitters. The most highly sought after were emitters, more commonly known as healers. Healers possessed the extraordinary ability to channel their unique restorative mana directly onto others, drastically speeding recovery from injuries and impairments. While Art had always known his mother's powers were exceptional, he had no idea they were so rare. After resting his weary eyes for a few minutes, he flipped ahead to the next chapter, titled Fundamentals of Conjuring. The proper steps for a conjurer to utilize mana were laid out clearly. First, gather mana, then draw it into the body, circulate it into the mana core to stabilize and purify the diluted mana from the atmosphere, and finally, channel it into an appropriate conductor, a staff, wand, ring, or other tool, using incantations to mentally shape the mana into the desired spell. The book noted that the more powerful the spell, the longer it would take to draw in the surrounding mana, purify it within the mana core, and release it effectively. Because conjuring required the focused application of mana into a specific spell, conjurers often exhibited a natural aptitude for certain elements: air, water, fire, or earth. But with proper training, they could achieve proficiency in the basics of all elements. Art leaned closer to the book, absorbing the new chapter, Fundamentals of Augmenting. Compared to conjuring, the text explained, much less time was spent gathering surrounding mana for augmenting. Efficiency depended on speed and precision in using core mana, with minimal reliance on atmospheric mana. It finally clicked for him. Augmenting was very similar to using Kai, with the key difference being that one could also draw mana from the surroundings. That explained why there had been no conjurers on Earth. The atmosphere there lacked mana to draw from to create phenomena. His gaze sharpened as he continued reading. Augmenting required precise distribution of mana into different parts of the body, tailored to the user's needs. Though it might appear simple at a glance, true mastery demanded a deep understanding of one's own body. Utilizing the mana channels efficiently required years of both mental and physical practice. Art closed the book and propped himself up on his butt, letting the flood of information settle in his mind. The chapter had explained that augmenting, which drew mana in its purest form from the user's mana core, showed no significant elemental distinctions at an early stage. Yet augmenters could use their mana in a variety of ways, creating vastly different fighting styles through augmentation. He had also learned about backlash, a phenomenon known to both augmenters and conjurers. For augmenters, it arose from depletion of the mana core, causing extreme bodily pain depending on the severity of the damage. For conjurers, backlash occurred when the mana core became overfilled, either from overusing spells beyond their capacity or attempting a spell too powerful for their core. Considering the uncanny similarities between the Kai Center from his old world and the mana core in this one, Art found it hard to believe that mana manipulation could not begin until adolescence. On Earth, children could meditate and sense the Kai scattered inside their bodies. Once it migrated to a single place, the Kai Center would form. Eager to test his hypothesis, he began meditating, attempting to sense the mana in his 7-month-old body. Then, "There you are. Art, honey, are you having trouble taking a poopy?" His mother's voice snapped him out of concentration. "Mother, I'm about to begin my journey to become the greatest mage in the world. Do not make me out to be a constipated infant." Gently lifting him into her arms, she carried him away to change his diaper, which, much to Art's dismay, was already full by the time he realized. 2 years had passed since Art had made his first arduous journey to the study room. During that time, he had devoted himself to gathering the tiny fragments of mana scattered throughout his body, concentrating on condensing them to form a mana core. The task was slow and grueling. Learning to crawl, walk, or manipulate objects in his infantile body would have been far easier than trying to force his mana particles to coalesce. It quickly became clear why the book claimed it took until adolescence for a person to awaken. If he had allowed the mana within his body to move on its own, it would have taken at least a decade for the particles to naturally converge enough to form anything resembling a mana core. Having the mental capacity of an adult, Art possessed the cognitive ability to consciously will his mana particles together. This was a skill he had learned in his past life at school, where children were trained from an early age to control their Kai. The key lay in sensing the Kai, or, in this world, the mana, within the body, and directing the particles toward the solar plexus. Left to their own devices, the particles would eventually drift together on their own, like feathers slowly settling at the bottom of a sack. Art, however, chose a more forceful approach, figuratively grabbing the feathers and pushing them into place instead of waiting for them to fall naturally. His daily routine revolved around concentrating as much of his limited energy as possible on gathering his mana, all while avoiding arousing the suspicion of his parents. His father, in his misguided amusement, often thought tossing a child into the air was enjoyable. While adrenaline might excite some, when Reynolds used his reinforced arms to launch Art like a high-speed projectile, the only sensations Art felt were nausea and a deep traumatic fear of heights. Fortunately, Art's mother maintained a firm handle on his father, though she could be intimidating in her own way. He often caught her staring at him with an intensity that made him uneasy, as if he were some rare delicacy. Adapting to his infantile body, Art spoke in only the simplest sentences, using just enough words to communicate without worrying about grammar. The first time he uttered "mama" to signal that he wanted more food, his mother nearly burst into tears of joy. It had been a long time since he had experienced that kind of tender, motherly affection. The pace of his training was slow and arduous, but he accepted it, knowing he was gaining a head start compared to everyone else. The past 2 years had not been wasted. He had finally gathered all the mana within his body into his solar plexus, and was in the process of condensing a mana core when, boom. Reynolds' heart dropped. 3/4 of the house was gone, and little Art was still inside. "Arthur!" The blood drained from Alice's face, her eyes wide with disbelief and mounting fear. Reynolds acted without thinking, pushing her down and covering her with a temporary shield that would hold for only a few minutes. He sprinted toward the source of the explosion, layering his skin with a protective layer of mana. Debris from the house flew past him, slicing the air as he drew closer. Weaving through the wreckage of walls and shattered furniture, he finally saw him. An almost invisible barrier shimmered around his son. The force radiating from the boy, his awakened powers, was clearly responsible for the destruction. Little Art floated at the center of a crater that had obliterated nearly the entire house and backyard. Reynolds' legs buckled. He fell to his knees, staring in disbelief. His son was barely 3 years old, and yet he had awakened. Only 3. He didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. "Reynolds, honey." Reynolds glanced back at his wife, his mouth still hanging open in shock. The debris had finally stopped flying, and she was cautiously making her way toward him, taking small, careful steps and shielding her face with her arms against the lingering force radiating from Arthur. "Reynolds, what happened? What's going on? Where's Art?" He still couldn't summon the strength to speak, so he simply pointed toward their son. Confused, she followed the direction of his finger. All she could manage to whisper was, "Oh my." Art felt an exhilarating surge of energy. "Wow, I feel great." Refreshed by his breakthrough, he closed his eyes, reaching inward to sense his newly formed mana core, his sweet little mana core. "Art, oh my baby, are you okay?" He jerked his head up to see his mother rushing toward him, her expression a mix of panic and relief, while his father knelt on the ground beside her. What misdeed is mother punishing him for this time? His mother scooped him up and hugged him tightly, so firmly that his underdeveloped ribs almost threatened to give out. Art managed to squeal, "Mom, no cry." "What's wrong?" She didn't answer, only continued sobbing while cradling him. His father rose to stand beside her, gently patting her back and stroking Art's head, offering him a weak, reassuring smile. After a brief moment of confusion, Art pulled himself away from his mother's embrace and looked around. They were standing in the center of a massive crater. Most of their house had been obliterated. What the hell? Who did this? Who would have the audacity to destroy the home of a king? The perpetrators will rue this day. I will hunt them down day and night and not rest until... "Congratulations, Art, honey," his mother said weakly, while his father exclaimed, "You awakened, champ." Art was speechless, unable to process what had just happened. The 3 of them stared at each other in silence as the realization slowly sank in. I did this? In Art's old world, a similar phenomenon occurred when a youth awakened. A visible barrier would form around the awakened, accompanied by a small pushing force. After a moment's reflection, he concluded that the pushing force in this world was far stronger, amplified by the ambient mana in the atmosphere, something that had never existed on Earth. Having once been a king who valued integrity above all, Art felt compelled to apologize for the situation. "I'm sorry, Mom, Dad. Am I in trouble?" The moment the words left his mouth, he realized he was so disoriented that he had forgotten to speak like a 3-year-old. Fortunately, his parents didn't notice the slip, too stunned by the circumstances to react. Art's mother shook her head gently, tears glistening in her eyes. "No, Art, honey, you're not in trouble. We were just worried about you. I'm glad you're all right." Despite her worry, she let out a soft, relieved chuckle. His father, on the other hand, was practically vibrating with excitement. "My boy is a genius, awakened before the age of 3. This is unprecedented. I thought I was fast, but this is on another level." The picture-perfect moment shattered when a neighbor came rushing over, shouting, "What in the world?" "We'd better clean this mess up," his father said with a sheepish grin, rubbing the back of his head. They decided to keep Art's awakening a secret. Within a few weeks, his father had managed to contact members of his old adventuring party to help rebuild their decimated house while they stayed at the nearby inn. Conjurers leveled the ground for the foundation, while augmenters handled the heavy labor, and the house was completed surprisingly quickly. The beauty of magic at work. None of his father's former party members questioned why the house had been destroyed, which spoke volumes about his father's reputation. Spring ended midway through the reconstruction, bringing with it Art's birthday. His parents woke him that morning with a present, and his mother carried what at first appeared to be a loaf of bread. But upon closer inspection, it was a cake. Art opened the present box to find a carefully carved wooden sword and hugged both his parents, expressing his gratitude for the gift and the cake. The cake and the gift took Art by surprise. His parents hadn't bothered to celebrate his previous 2 birthdays, so he had assumed this world didn't acknowledge them. He later learned that birthdays were only celebrated starting at the age of 3, a tradition from long ago when infants often did not survive their first 3 years. How medieval. Birthday celebrations weren't the only difference between this new world and the one he had come from. In his old world, children his age would have been preparing to start school. Here, seeing children, and even teens working on farms with their families or in forges as apprentice blacksmiths, made it clear that there was no mandatory, structured education system. Any rudimentary learning, basic reading and writing, was provided by the family. As soon as Art turned 3, his mother began giving him regular lessons, teaching him how to read and write. Playing the part of a prodigy, he pretended to learn quickly, much to her delight. This performance allowed him to read more advanced books in the library without raising suspicion. The weeks following his awakening passed in a blur. His father taught him the basics of mana and how to begin training with it, simplifying the concepts so even a toddler could grasp them. If Art's cognitive abilities hadn't already been at an adult level, he likely wouldn't have retained much, but he managed to learn the fundamentals. A mage's strength could be gauged by the color of their mana core. Upon first awakening, the core was black, tainted by blood and other impurities mixing with the forming mana particles. As the mana became purer, the core turned dark red, then progressed through red, orange, yellow, silver, and finally white. The red, orange, and yellow stages each had 3 substages: dark, solid, and light. Generally, the lighter the color of a mana core, the purer the mana, and the more power the mage could access. While the lessons with his father proved useful, Art grew impatient with the slow pace. Within a few days of starting his training, he asked his mother for books on magic. Thanks to her connections in the Adventurers Guild, his mother was able to acquire a wide assortment of books on basic mana manipulation and weapon-based combat. Some were simple picture books, containing only basic words and illustrations of mana condensation, but Art ignored those. The books he chose to read were significantly more advanced, and it wasn't until he caught his mother giving him a strange look that he realized just how difficult they were. She had selected books she expected wouldn't be touched for at least a year, and she was perplexed by his disregard for the simpler texts. Most of Art's time was spent taking reading and writing lessons from his mother and practicing augmenting with his father. Once his father had covered the basic theory and application of augmenting, they moved on to physical training. Since Art was still too small to spar, they focused on running and bodyweight exercises. Watching a 3-year-old struggle through a push-up must have been amusing, but his father did his best to hold back his laughter. When he wasn't learning from one of his parents, Art usually stayed holed up in the newly remodeled library, reading and meditating to further condense his mana core. The year passed with little deviation from this routine, until one night during dinner, his father spoke up. "Honey, I think it's time we get Art a proper mentor, A clang broke the silence as Art's mother dropped her fork onto her plate. What? Reynolds? Arthur isn't even 4 yet. No. Besides, you said if our son was an augmenter, you would be able to teach him. Her desperation was clear in her voice. But I never expected he would be this much of a prodigy in mana manipulation, his father replied, much calmer. Who's ever heard of an awakening at the age of 3? But that means he'll have to leave home. He's not even 4, Reynolds. We can't have our baby leave home at such an early age. You don't get it. When I observe him while he meditates, I can't help but feel that this all comes naturally to him. Alice, honey, I'm holding my son back by trying to teach him something he can do in his sleep. And so, their quarrel began. They went back and forth, repeating their initial points. Alice insisted that Art was far too young, while Reynolds argued that they couldn't hold him back from reaching his full potential. Meanwhile, Art entertained himself by staging a miniature war on his plate. The peas attacked for the Mother Empire, while the carrots of the Father Nation desperately defended their land. Finally, when both parents had run out of arguments, Reynolds turned to Art. Arthur, this concerns you, so you have a say as well. How would you feel about going to a big city and having a teacher? Art appreciated the attempt at fairness, though he realized that Reynolds was essentially asking a 3-year-old to make a decision that would shape his entire life. Hoping to put an end to their quarrel, he suggested, "Can I meet some mentors and ask them if I need to be tutored?" A tense silence filled the room as his parents considered his proposal. Art wondered if he had stepped on a landmine. Were his parents upset because he hadn't chosen a side? Lacking confidence in his ability to hide his expression, he looked down and waited for their response. Fortunately, none of his fears were valid. His mother finally spoke, muttering softly, "We'll at least have his mana core and channels formally tested. We can figure out what to do from there." His father nodded in agreement, and preparations were made to leave the very next day. When Art had made his suggestion, he had assumed they would travel to a nearby town or city, perhaps a day's journey, to have him tested by a qualified mage. He had never been so wrong. The journey would take 3 weeks. They would travel by horse-drawn carriage through the Grand Mountains to a city called Xyrus. A memory from one of the books he had read surfaced. He recalled a floating piece of land, created by an elite organization of conjurers solely to house a prestigious mage academy. A city had later developed around the academy, and both the city and the school were named after the leader of the organization, Xyrus. Art wondered how it was possible to keep a piece of land nearly 100 miles long afloat. Magnetism? That would affect the land beneath the city. Did the city generate its own gravitational field? Clearly, there was much about this world he did not understand. Perhaps he could find answers in the books in their library, or in a library in Xyrus. Faced with the prospect of such a long journey, he began to wish this world had sources of transportation like his previous one. To reach the city, they would have to enter through one of the designated teleportation gates in the Grand Mountains. Otherwise, traveling across the continent to reach the gate beneath the floating city, which hovered near the border of the kingdoms of Sapin and Darv, would take months. One reason Reynolds Leywin pushed for the journey now was that his former adventuring party members were also heading to the city of Xyrus. Traveling with them meant they would have 3 augmenters and 2 conjurers, in addition to Alice, a rare emitter, and Reynolds himself, a B-class augmenter. While the Grand Mountains were free of mana beasts, the group still faced potential dangers from bandits and wild animals. While his parents packed the necessary supplies, Art prepared his own belongings, his wooden sword and 2 books, the Encyclopedia of Dicathin and Foundations of Mana Manipulation, for the journey. By mid-morning, they were ready to set out. After securing his knapsack, stuffed with books and a few snacks, on his back, and strapping his wooden sword to his waist, Art took his mother's hand and followed his parents to meet their former adventuring party members. Though he had heard stories about them from his father, he had never visited the house while they were helping with its reconstruction, making this his first encounter. When they arrived at the inn in Ashbur, the group was gathered near the stables. Reynolds rushed forward to embrace his old companions, then announced, "Everyone, I'd like you to meet my son, Arthur. Go on, Art, say hello. Looking up at the group, Art gave a half bow and introduced himself in the most formal tone he could muster. Hello. My father has told me great things about his fellow Twin Horns members. Thank you for traveling with us to Xyrus. We'll be in your hands. One of the men laughed heartily. What is this? Such manners. Are you sure he's your son, Ray? From his father's stories and the man's red hair, Art recognized him as Adam Crench, an augmenter who wielded a spear as his primary weapon. Taking a closer look at him, Art noted that Adam seemed energetic and talkative. Fairly good-looking, he had bright red hair tied into a messy poof that resembled a small flame. A few bangs had escaped the hair tie, giving him a slightly vagabondish appearance. His eyes were bright and always seemed to be laughing. The most striking feature, however, was the scar stretching across his nose and reaching both cheeks. As Art studied him, he felt himself lifted and pressed firmly against something soft, while a woman's voice cooed, "Aw, isn't he just so precious? You should be glad he doesn't look like you, Reynolds." Pulling his face away from her chest, where she seemed to be trying to smother him, Art took a proper look at the woman. She wasn't as striking as his mother, but she radiated a royal princess vibe, with long blonde hair curling at the ends and round, radiant green eyes. She could only be Angela Rose, a conjurer whose specialty, according to his father, was wind magic. Before he could react further, she squeezed him tighter. Just as Art began to squirm uncomfortably, a strong pair of hands grabbed him by the knapsack on his back and whisked him away. "Angela, you're hurting him," a deep voice grunted. Art hung there like a kitten held by the scruff of its neck, unable to move. His eyes stayed fixed on the dark-eyed giant who had lifted him into the air. Carefully, the man lowered him to the ground and adjusted his clothes. How genteel. Art imagined riding on the man's shoulders all the way, as if he were a mighty steed. He looked up at him, eyes widening in awe. Since he was the only other man in the party, Art knew he must be Durden Walker, a conjurer who specialized in earth magic. Standing well over 6 feet tall, Durden had narrow eyes and downward slanting eyebrows, giving him an almost innocent expression despite his massive frame. A staff was strapped to his back, and his short, scruffy black hair completed his rugged, shaggy dog appearance. Dusting himself off, Art turned to the woman standing to Durden's left. She appeared slightly younger than the others. Her straight black hair was partially tied with a ribbon, and her red, half-lidded eyes and pursed lips gave her a striking, intense appearance. "Mm-hmm," she said brusquely, giving a slight nod before turning away. Clearly a woman of few words. How charming. As she walked toward the stables, Art noticed 2 short daggers strapped to her lower back, just above the hips. The weapons identified her as Jasmine Flamesworth. His father had told him that while her skill as an augmenter was respectable, it was her speed with the dual daggers that made her truly formidable. The final member of the Twin Horns was Helen Shard. She lightly patted Art's head and offered a charming smile. Everything about her was sharp. Sharp eyes, a perky pointed nose, thin red lips, and an angular frame. With her shoulder-length hair tied tightly back, she carried a slightly boyish appearance. Art couldn't help but be drawn in by her charisma. She exuded a "we can do anything if we believe" energy that seemed to radiate from her very presence. Clad in light leather armor, with her bow and arrows strapped to her back, she made Art briefly wonder if she might be an elf, though the rounded shape of her ears quickly dismissed that notion. After loading all their travel necessities into the 2 carriages, the group prepared to secure what Art had assumed would be horses. To his surprise, the stable hand brought out a pair of giant lizards known as skitters. These domesticated mana beasts, used for transportation, were covered in spikes along their backs and possessed powerful claws. Though classified as D-class monsters, they were far more efficient and pricier than horses for traversing the mountain terrain. When everything was ready, Art hopped onto the second carriage, using a bit of mana to reinforce his legs. Recently, he had grown accustomed to directing mana from his core through his mana channels to strengthen his body. He hadn't yet tested the full extent of his abilities, wary of giving his parents heart attacks, but controlling his mana was becoming more natural. Leaning toward the window, he watched as the skidders began pulling the carriages forward. Let the journey begin. By nightfall, the once distant mountain range seemed to have doubled in size, and Art wondered how immense the Grand Mountains would appear when they finally reached the foothills. The thrill of leaving the tiny outpost of Ashbur, his hometown, had not yet faded. What he detested most about his current body, however, was how much sleep it required. Despite his eagerness to explore the country during their journey, he had spent most of the day asleep and still felt heavy-eyed after only a few hours of wakefulness. Eventually, they stopped to make camp near a small cluster of boulders. It was an ideal spot, the rocks shielding them from nearly all the wind, and fallen branches provided plenty of fuel for the fire. The adults pitched a couple of tents around the blaze, while Art's parents reminisced with the twin horns about old adventures. Helen, however, quietly sat down next to him, drawing his attention. She said casually, "I heard your dad say you're some kind of genius mage. Is it true you've already awakened?" Not knowing how to respond, Art simply told the truth. "Yes." She continued questioning him, asking how he had felt when he awakened and what color his mana core currently was. A few curious ears soon perked up nearby. Adam spoke up. "Hey Reynolds, do you mind if I test little Art?" If anyone had asked him, Art might have thought something like, maybe mock fighting with someone my age isn't the best idea, since a normal 3-year-old's greatest accomplishments would be going up and down stairs with alternating feet, walking in a circle, or balancing on one foot for a few seconds. But apparently, such caution had never occurred to anyone here. His parents seemed hesitant at first, but their trust in Adam was clear. Finally, his father replied, "All right, but be careful. I haven't had the chance to teach him how to properly fight yet. We've just been doing light strength and mana exercises so far." Adam rose from his makeshift log seat, scanning the area until he found a short stick that suited him. "Come here, kid," he said with a chuckle. "Let's see what you're made of." Art wasn't sure if Adam had heard the rumors about him being some sort of genius and assumed he had an inflated ego that needed to be beaten down, or if the man was genuinely trying to gauge his strength. Judging by the smug grin on Adam's face as he looked down at him, even if the difference in their height made it natural, it still irked Art. He was beginning to suspect it was the former. Retrieving the wooden sword his parents had given him, Art walked to the edge of the camp, where Adam was waiting near a small clearing. "You do know how to reinforce your weapon, right, genius?" Adam asked, putting extra weight on the last word. By then, his father already seemed to realize Adam was trying to put on a show of dominance over his little boy. Still, he only watched, certain Adam wouldn't hurt Art too badly. "Many thanks, dear father," Art thought. Art's mother looked far more anxious than his father. Her eyes darted back and forth between her son, Adam, and Reynolds, her hand clutching tightly at her husband's sleeve. At least she was there to heal him if things went wrong. That was a small consolation. Art's gaze locked onto Adam, standing about 15 feet away. Memories from his past life, dueling other kings for the sake of his country and those he had loved, flashed through his mind. His eyes narrowed, shutting out everything except the opponent before him. He willed mana into his legs and dashed forward, both hands gripping the wooden sword as he lifted it to his right. Adam, still wearing that smug grin, prepared to block the incoming horizontal swing. But Art feinted. Using the specialized footwork he had developed long ago for dueling, he blinked a foot diagonally to Adam's right. Curse this body, he thought, frustrated that he hadn't landed exactly where he wanted. The differences in height and weight between this body and his former one had thrown off the execution. Still, Adam had already committed his block to the other side, leaving his right flank wide open. The smug expression drained from Adam's face, his eyes widening as realization dawned on him. Art swung at Adam's exposed ribcage, holding back from reinforcing his wooden sword with mana until the very last moment. It was a tactic meant to conserve what little mana he had, knowing full well he was at a disadvantage against a veteran like Adam. Adam's surprise flickered across his face for only a split second before he pivoted sharply on his right foot, his movements nearly inhuman in speed. Art dropped into a squat just in time to evade the upward swing, and without hesitation, shifted his stance from a thrust into a spinning swipe. Using all his momentum, he aimed low, striking at Adam's left ankle. For an instant, it seemed like the blow had worked. Adam's leg buckled, throwing him off balance. But instead of toppling, Adam dropped into a full split and braced his weight on his hands, twisting his body to launch a sudden low roundhouse kick. Art's instincts screamed. He knew his small body couldn't withstand a hit like that. Channeling mana into his legs, he leapt into the air, clearing the sweep. But before relief could settle in, his peripheral vision caught the blur of brown wood, the arc of Adam's stick swinging toward him. There was no time to raise his blade for a proper block. Acting on reflex, Art thrust his sword forward, pommel first, jamming it into the path of Adam's strike. The physics lessons from Art's old world flashed through his mind in the heat of the moment. Newton's third law of motion. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. The reaction, as it turned out, was far from pleasant. Though he had managed to block the blow, his small body simply couldn't withstand the sheer force behind it. The impact sent him hurtling backward through the air before he bounced and skidded across the ground like a flat stone skipping over a lake. Fortunately, he had reinforced his body with mana just before the strike landed. Without that precaution, the blow might have left him with serious injuries. Even so, pain throbbed through him as he groaned and pushed himself upright, one hand rubbing the ache in his head. When his vision cleared, he found 7 pairs of eyes staring at him in stunned silence. His mother was the first to recover. Shaking her head, she rushed over and immediately began chanting a healing spell, her hands glowing faintly as she pressed them close. Out of the corner of his eye, Art caught sight of Durden rapping his massive knuckles against Adam's head with enough force to make the redhead stumble forward. The sight brought him a small, guilty flicker of satisfaction. "Art, honey, are you okay? How do you feel?" his mother asked, her voice tight with worry. "I'm fine, Mom. Don't worry," he replied quickly, managing a small smile despite the ache still radiating through him. Adam's voice broke through the lingering silence. "Haven't taught him how to fight, my ass. How the hell did you train this little monster?" He groaned, one hand gingerly pressing the lump Durden had just planted on his head. "I didn't teach him that," Art's father finally managed to say. Shaking himself from his stupor, he walked over to his son. Kneeling down, he studied Art with concern. "Are you okay?" Art gave a small nod, and his father lifted him gently, carrying him back to the spot where he had been sitting earlier. He set him down carefully and crouched until they were eye to eye. "Art, where did you learn to fight like that?" The truth, that he had once been the king duelist representative of his country in another world where international conflicts were decided through battles, wasn't exactly something he could say without raising eyebrows. So instead, Art donned an innocent expression and answered softly, "By reading books and watching you, Dad." "Sorry for roughing you up there, little buddy," Adam muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. "I didn't expect I'd need to use that much strength to get you off me." The apology, unexpected as it was, softened Art's impression of him. Perhaps Adam wasn't a complete ass after all. A hushed voice rose from Art's left. "Your fighting style is unique. How did you do that step after the feint?" 2 complete sentences, by far the longest string of words Jasmine had spoken the entire trip. Art felt almost honored. "Thank you," he replied, taking a moment to gather his thoughts before explaining, step by step, what he had done. "It's a simple technique. Since I was feinting to Mr. Crench's right side, I placed my right foot forward as the last step before the feint. Then I instantly focused my mana into the right foot, pushing myself back. At the same time, I brought my left leg behind the right, angled toward where I wanted to go. I focused mana into my left foot this time, but with more power than I used on the right so that I didn't propel myself backward instead of toward my target. It was quite the mouthful." Art watched as Adam, Helen, and his father made their way toward the clearing to test the technique he had just explained. When he turned to face Jasmine, he caught only a glimpse of her back as she, too, hurried to join them. His mother sat down beside him, patting his head with a gentle smile that seemed to say, "You did well." A moment later, Angela scooped him up, burying his face, or rather, his entire head, into her bosom. "Cute and talented, aren't you? Why couldn't you have been born earlier so this sister could snatch you up herself?" she exclaimed cheerfully. Blushing furiously, Art willed himself away from her voluminous bosom, though the awkwardness lingered as his mother and the others looked on. It was, he supposed, another one of those things a normal 3-year-old would never have to worry about. Thankfully, his guardian angel Durden was far calmer. He simply offered Art a thumbs up, which made Art begin to like him even more. The 4 adults spent most of the night trying to master the faint step, while Art slept peacefully in the tent beside his mother. Days passed before the group finally arrived at the foot of the Grand Mountains, an awe-inspiring sight that more than lived up to their name. The next stage of their journey was the ascent into the mountains. Fortunately, a wide path, broad enough for 2 carriages, wound its way around the slopes, leading eventually to the teleportation gate at the summit. Durden held the reins of the first carriage, with Reynolds seated beside him to keep him company. That carriage carried most of their luggage. Helen had taken position atop the second carriage, the one Art rode in, scanning the surroundings for anything out of the ordinary. Angela sat comfortably inside with Alice and Art, while Adam followed behind on foot, acting as rear guard. Jasmine steered the second carriage, though she kept glancing back over her shoulder at Art, as if trying to bore holes into him with her gaze. He couldn't help but wonder if she expected him to demonstrate more techniques. Yet each time his eyes met hers, she would quickly whip her head forward again, reminding him of an abashed 5-year-old caught in the act. Fortunately, the journey up the mountain remained uneventful. Art spent much of his time reading his book on mana manipulation, striving to understand the subtle differences between mana and Kai. They appeared similar, except that an augmenter's mana could occasionally take on elemental properties. For beginners, these elemental attributes were not as distinct as the spells cast by conjurers. They only loosely reflected the qualities of each element. For instance, an augmenter naturally compatible with fire would exhibit mana with an explosive quality. Water would manifest as smooth and flexible. Earth would feel firm and rigid, and wind would carry the sharpness of a blade. Art found it strange. In his old world, these aspects of Kai had nothing to do with elements. Their effects depended entirely on how the energy was manipulated. Shaping Kai into points and edges produced the so-called wind element. Storing it in a single point and releasing it explosively created the fire element, and so on. Practitioners had personal preferences and were naturally better at one style than another, but it wasn't uncommon. Only the most basic applications of Kai involved reinforcing the body and weapons. He resolved to test these elemental properties with mana at the first opportunity. Though he had all the time in the world and no responsibilities, being trapped in a 4-year-old body under constant supervision by wary adults limited his ability to practice freely. He was still absorbed in his reading when Helen's alarmed voice pierced the air. "Bandits! Prepare to engage!" she shouted as a rumble of footsteps approached from the right rear. Angela began intoning, "Submit, O wind, and follow my will. I command and gather you around in protection. Wind barrier." A gust of wind coalesced into a tornado around his mother, Angela, and Art inside the carriage, eventually forming a solid sphere enclosing them. With her wand outstretched, Angela focused on maintaining the barrier. Arrows rained down relentlessly, only to be deflected as soon as they struck the wind sphere. From Art's vantage point, there were at least 30 bandits. The situation was dire. Both the path forward and any chance of retreat were blocked by enemies wielding swords, spears, and other close-range weapons. Archers perched atop a cliff on the mountainside to their right. Bows aimed down at them, while to the left, only the steep drop of the mountain, shrouded in fog, offered any escape. Jasmine, Durden, and his father showed no visible injuries, but Helen's complexion was unhealthily pale. clearly the result of an arrow embedded in her right calf. The walls of their carriage had buckled under the force of Angela's spell, yet the wind sphere still held firm, protecting those inside. A scarred, bald man with a bear-like frame approached, resting the giant battle axe he carried against his shoulder. "Look what we have here." "Pretty good catch, boys. Leave only the girls and the kid alive. Try not to scar them too much. Damaged goods sell for less," he sneered, revealing a nearly toothless grin. Damaged goods. Art felt his body heat rising, a smoldering anger igniting within him, an intensity he hadn't directed at anyone in a long time. Sheltered as he had been, he almost forgot. But every world had its share of trash like this. Nearly forgetting that he was still in a 4-year-old's body, Art tensed, ready to rush the brute, when his father shouted, "There are only 4 mages, and none of them seem to be conjurers. The rest are normal warriors." Art hadn't yet mastered distinguishing a mage from an ordinary human, but he trusted his father's assessment. It was simple enough to infer a mage's type from their appearance and weapon. He was impressed by how swiftly his father reverted to his former adventuring instincts as the leader of the Twin Horns. His expression carried the calm authority and wisdom that could only come from experience. Donning his gauntlets, he bellowed, "Safeguard formation!" Adam quickly positioned himself at the back of the carriage, spear raised and facing the road behind them. Jasmine and Helen moved to the left side, weapons unsheathed and eyes fixed ahead, while Angela remained in place, sustaining her wind barrier and preparing another spell. Art's father and Durden faced the mountainside, bracing to protect the party from the archers above. "Gather and guard my allies, O benevolent earth. Do not let them be harmed," Durden chanted, and the ground beneath him rumbled, transforming into a massive earthen wall that curved upward in front of him. Seizing the moment of distraction, Art's father charged toward the enemy archers, gauntlets raised to deflect the incoming volley of arrows. Almost simultaneously, Angela completed her second spell, releasing a torrent of wind blades aimed at the paths both behind and ahead of the carriages. Taking the cue, Adam and Jasmine moved in behind the wind blades, closing in on the disoriented enemies, who scrambled to protect their vital points. Helen held her ground, nocking an arrow and drawing her bow, imbuing the tip with mana that glowed faintly blue. It didn't take a genius to see that this was the perfect arrangement for protecting people, or valuable goods. With 2 layers of defense from the conjurers and an archer mage ready to strike anyone who slipped past Adam, Jasmine, and Art's father, the formation was standard but effective. "Warrior coming your way, Helen," Adam shouted as he sidestepped the swing of a mace, delivering a precise swipe to the jugular of an unlucky bandit. The man's eyes widened in shock as he dropped his weapon, clawing at the wound with trembling hands while blood spurted through his fingers. Art's mother held him tightly against her body, attempting to shield his eyes from the surrounding gore. However, she wasn't looking directly down at him, leaving a clear view of everything her arm didn't cover. Meanwhile, a scruffy, middle-aged man wielding a machete lunged toward the group, aiming to disrupt Angela's Windblade spell. Though the spell wasn't especially powerful, it created a sharp distraction, keeping the defenders on relatively equal footing, despite being outnumbered. Art attempted to free himself to intercept the man before he reached Angela, but before he could pull away from his mother, it was already too late. The fierce sound of an arrow shot rang out moments after the attack had concluded. Helen had fired with enough precision and force to pierce the bandit's armored chest, lift him backward several yards, and slam him into the ground. Art took a mental note. Wise men did not provoke Helen. Helen's eyes narrowed as she knocked and drew another arrow. Observing closely, Art could see the mana gathering in her right eye as she closed the left. Moments later, a second reinforced arrow shot forward with a sharp hiss, cutting through the air as it sped toward another enemy. Jasmine was locked in a fierce duel with an augmenter wielding a long chain whip. She appeared at a disadvantage. The reach of her dual daggers was limited, and she was forced to dodge constantly to avoid the unpredictable strikes of the whip. Sensing her struggle, the enemy sneered and licked his lips. "I'll make sure to treat you real well before we sell you off as a slave, little missy. Don't worry. By the time I'm done training you, you'll be begging to stay with me." The thought made Art shudder. but all he could do was clench his fists in frustration. Against a fighter his size, he might have had a chance, but facing an adult augmenter? He had no confidence in his ability to intervene successfully. It pained him to remain protected while everyone else risked their lives. He racked his brain for ways to help, but none came to mind. He could only grit his teeth and endure. Jasmine was still struggling against the chain-wielding slaver, but the arrogance had vanished from his expression by now, replaced with bloody desperation from numerous cuts and nicks. Adam faced off against an augmenter wielding a sword in each hand. His flexible movements and sudden, unpredictable strikes reminded Art of a snake. It was clear Adam had the potential to be one of the rare elemental augmenters, possibly specializing in a water attribute fighting style. Reinforcing the shaft of his spear for flexibility, Adam unleashed a storm of quick thrusts and fluid swipes. The battle seemed to favor him. His opponent's wounds bled freely as he struggled to parry the relentless barrage. A thundering crash drew Art's attention away from Adam's duel. His father was struggling to rise from where his opponent had slammed him against the debris of the shattered earth wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Dad!" Art shouted, and at the same moment, his mother cried, "Honey!" He rushed out of the protective curtain of wind to kneel before his father, with his mother following immediately behind. The remaining bandits were engaged with the other Twin Horns members, leaving them as safe as circumstances allowed. Art could see the panic etched across his mother's face as she hesitated, uncertain of what to do. She hadn't healed him, perhaps too startled to think of it. But before Art could suggest it, his father interrupted. "Alice," he said through a ragged cough, "listen to me. Don't worry about me. If you use a healing spell right now, they'll realize what you are and try that much harder to capture you. They'll be willing to sacrifice a lot more if they know," he whispered, his voice low but urgent. After a brief, trembling hesitation, Art's mother drew her wand and began chanting. Her stammering words betrayed either her distress at seeing her husband injured or the fear sparked by his warning, perhaps both, but she seemed almost frightened to use her magic. Seeing that he could not persuade his wife, his father turned to Art. "Art, listen carefully. After the healing spell activates, they're going to do everything they can to capture your mother. Once I'm healed enough, I'm going to engage the leader and try to buy more time. I think I can beat him, but not if I have to worry about protecting the two of you. Take your mother back down the road and don't stop. Adam will open up a path for you." "No, Dad. I'm staying with you. I can fight. You saw me. I can help," Art protested, any pretense of maturity abandoned. In that moment, he acted exactly like the 4-year-old he appeared to be, but he didn't care. He wasn't going to leave behind the family he had grown to love and the friends he had bonded with. "Listen to me, Arthur Leywin," his father roared in agony, his voice unlike any Art had ever heard, raw, desperate, the kind reserved for moments of utter peril. "I know you can fight. That's why I'm entrusting your mother to you. Protect her and protect the baby inside her. I'll catch up to you after this is over." His words struck Art like a thunderclap. Protect her and protect the baby inside her. Suddenly, everything clicked. Why his mother had been so fearful, why she clutched him so tightly and kept every threat at bay, and why Durden and Angela had both been guarding them with defensive spells instead of just one. His mother was pregnant. "I was planning to tell you when we arrived in Xyrus, but I'll protect Mom. I promise," Art said firmly. "Attaboy." "That's my son," his father replied, a hint of pride in his strained voice. At that moment, his mother finished her chant, and both she and his father radiated a bright, golden white light. "Son of a... one of them's a healer. Don't let her get away," the bandit leader bellowed. Art quickly grabbed his mother's arm with both hands and tugged her forward, reinforcing his small body with mana as they moved. A dozen yards down the road, they reached the area where Adam was locked in battle with the dual wielder. "Arthur, hurry, I've got him," Adam barked, keeping his opponent at bay. The dual wielder's frustration was evident. He couldn't get past Adam to reach Art or his mother. As they hurried down the slope, a faint whiz to their left caught Art's attention. Acting on instinct, he leapt up, bringing his wooden sword up and reinforcing both himself and the weapon with mana to withstand the incoming arrow. A splintering crack echoed as the arrow struck the wooden sword. Fortunately, it carried no magical reinforcement. The impact pushed Art back, but he used the force to rotate midair and redirect the arrow, landing on his feet, less gracefully than he had hoped, and discarded the remnants of his sword. "What the?" the attacker began, only to be cut off by a grunt as Helen's arrow impaled him. "Go!" she called, knocking another arrow and firing at the bandit leader to support Art's father. As Art turned to grasp his mother's hand, the bandit leader barked, "Damien!" Forget the plan. Don't let them live. Who was he giving commands to? Adam and Jasmine were each engaged with a mage. His father and Helen were working together against the third. Then it hit him. Weren't there four? "Respond to my call and wash all to oblivion," a faint voice chanted. On the mountainside, one of the scattered archers revealed himself, hands together and aimed directly at Art and his mother. They had been tricked. The fourth mage had camouflaged himself during the chaos, retreating to a safer distance. Shit! There was little time to react as a massive sphere of pressurized water, at least 3 yards in diameter, shot toward them, growing larger as it neared. Art's mind raced for options. To his immediate right was his mother, and to his left, not far off, were Adam and his opponent. Behind him loomed the edge of the mountain. Even if he could dodge the attack, his mother wouldn't. She'd be forced over the cliff. Art's mind raced. What should I do? Damn it, he roared, a sound wholly unbefitting a 4-year-old. Gathering every last ounce of mana in his small body, he tackled his mother, propelling them both out of the water sphere's direct path. But he quickly realized his 40-pound frame lacked the momentum to carry them completely out of range. There was no choice. If he was going down, he would make sure to take that bastard down with him. Channeling mana into his arms, he shoved his mother further to safety. In that moment, everything seemed to move in slow motion. Her eyes widened in panic and disbelief. She might end up bruised from the fall, but such injuries were trivial compared to the looming threat. To avoid being hit by another spell, he had to neutralize the conjurer. Unsheathing the knife Jasmine had given him and imbuing it with mana, Art prepared to attempt a technique he had only ever practiced with Kai in his previous life, never with mana. After channeling mana into the knife, Art hurled it like a boomerang, aiming for the conjurer who was still focused on the water cannon. The blade arced around the edge of the massive water sphere and struck its target with a firm thud. The mage let out a piercing howl of pain, followed by a torrent of curses, signaling he wasn't dead yet. Losing concentration, the conjurer allowed the water cannon to falter, but the force was still strong enough to slam Art off the cliff. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. He had woven a thin strand of mana to connect the knife, now lodged in the mage's body, to his hand. Tugging on it just as the water slammed into him like a brick wall, Art felt the air forced from his lungs, likely fracturing ribs. Like a hooked fish, the conjurer screamed as he was dragged helplessly along by the momentum of his own spell. Even as his vision blurred, Art could see the battle winding down. His father and Helen had managed to kill the leader. With Angela's assistance, Jasmine forced the whip-wielding bandit to his knees. Durden was desperately casting a spell to save him, but it was too late. The water had carried him too far. Still, Art found some comfort in knowing that everyone would be safe. The only regret gnawing at him was the thought of not being able to see his baby sibling. With that, the cold grip of sleep claimed him. Damn, I always wanted to be an older brother, he murmured, voice barely audible as consciousness slipped away. The blurred sight of a familiar setting made Art blink several times, trying to convince himself he wasn't dreaming. Looking down at his long fingers and calloused palms, it became clear he was back in his old body. Rising from the couch he had been sitting on, he stared blankly at the portrait of himself, one he had always hated, looming arrogantly from the wall. Confused and unsettled, he rushed out of his room inside the castle. A young maid waiting just outside greeted him respectfully the moment he opened the door. "Good morning, King Gray." Art didn't even glance in her direction. She fell into step a few paces behind him as he strode through the immense, candle-lit hall. Reaching the courtyard, where all the trainees stood in neat lines with swords held firmly before them, Art's attention shifted to the instructors, who were shouting instructions about proper stance and controlled breathing. The moment one of the instructors caught sight of him, he snapped to attention and delivered a crisp military salute. Immediately, the other instructors and trainees followed suit. Art merely gestured for them to continue and kept walking. Passing by the marble fountain, he finally reached the private study and pushed open the large double doors. Inside, he faced an aged man with a thick head of white hair that matched his long, flowing beard. The man glanced up, his emerald eyes glimmering with cunning, wisdom, and knowledge. Marlorn, the head of the council. Though Art held the title of king, he felt little more than a glorified soldier. The true rulers, the ones managing the country's politics and economy, were the council members. So what, he wondered, was the real significance of his position as king? As king, Art functioned almost like a one-man army. With birth rates declining and natural resources becoming increasingly scarce, the councils of each country had convened. After countless months of discussions and heated debates, they arrived at a consensus. If humanity continued to wage wars, it would inevitably destroy itself. Eliminating traditional warfare led to two major outcomes: fewer deaths, which would allow the population to grow, and less destruction of resources and arable land. To achieve this, the councils replaced wars with a new form of combat: paragon duels. Whenever a dispute reached a level that could impact a country, a paragon duel was declared, and each nation sent its strongest representative. In most countries, that representative was crowned king, enjoying public adulation while the council members quietly enacted policy behind the scenes. Despite the seemingly contrived nature of the system, it proved effective. Humans craved clear-cut, win-or-lose outcomes, and the duels delivered precisely that. Looking up with the insincere, oily smile characteristic of seasoned politicians, Marlorn exclaimed, "King Gray! What brings you to my humble dwelling?" "I'm retiring," Art stated simply. Without giving Marlorn a moment to react, Art unclipped his badge, that coveted piece of metal sought by every practitioner, and slammed it onto the giant oak desk before walking out the door. All these years, what had he been living for? An orphan raised in a camp designed to mold duelists, he had lost everyone he cared about to violence. By the age of 28, he had never dated, never loved. Until now, he had devoted nearly his entire life to becoming the strongest duelist, to representing his country. And for what? Admiration, wealth, glory? He had attained all of it, yet never in a million years would he choose it over what he had once had in the town of Ashbur. He missed Alice. He missed Reynolds. He missed Durden, Jasmine, and Helen. He missed Angela. He even missed Adam. Mother. Father. As Art stormed back toward his room, frustrated by memories he could only perceive as a dream, the halls around him began to tilt. Losing his balance, he fell to the ground as a muffled ringing filled his ears. The sound grew louder, piercing, and pulsed painfully in his head until his vision darkened. A coughing sound snapped his eyes open, and the pain revealed that the coughing had come from him. He closed his eyes and opened them again, finding himself lying on his back beneath towering trees and dangling vines. Yet the excruciating pain told him he was far from dreaming. Where was he? How was he alive? He tried to get up, but his body refused to obey. The only movement he could manage was to turn his head, each motion accompanied by throbbing pain in his neck. Art's gaze shifted to his right, landing on his knapsack. Slowly, he turned his head to the left, gritting his teeth against the pain. His eyes widened at the sight, and he struggled to suppress the urge to vomit. To his left lay what remained of the conjurer he had dragged down with him. A pool of blood spread around the mangled corpse, its body more broken than intact. White shards of ribs jutted from the sunken chest cavity, and a pile of entrails rested beside him. The mage's limbs sprawled at unnatural angles, his skull shattered at the back, brain matter and blood oozing out. His face was frozen in surprise and disbelief, hollowed cavities marking where his eyes had been. A trail of dried blood ran down his face. Art could not turn away fast enough. Even in his past life, he had never encountered such a horrifically mangled corpse. The nauseating stench, combined with insects feasting on the gore, overwhelmed him. Art's already weakened body was overwhelmed by both the gruesome sight and the repugnant stench, and he vomited what remained in his stomach, gagging and dry heaving until he was spent. His face and neck were smeared with his own vomit, but he finally managed to turn his head away from the mage's grotesque remains. How was he still alive? He couldn't help but wonder what had happened while he was unconscious. The mage had been alive until the landing, so what had occurred to him? He should have looked similar to the corpse by now, perhaps even worse. Yet not only was he alive, he didn't appear to have a single broken bone. He pondered the possibilities until a loud, insistent grumble from his stomach interrupted his thoughts. Art fought against his body's protests, his movements agonizingly limited. Only his right arm and his head and neck responded to his will. Channeling mana into his right arm, he used his fingers to claw his way across the ground, dragging his body toward his knapsack. Though it was no more than a yard away, it felt like an eternity before he finally reached it. Pulling the bag close, he rummaged through it with his one functioning hand until he located what he sought: the dried berries and nuts his mother had insisted on packing. He managed to pour a mouthful into his mouth, but in his reclined position, some of it strayed past his tongue, triggering a choking fit. The coughing set off another wave of agony through his body. Fumbling for the water skin inside the knapsack, he slowly poured a bit into his mouth before managing another handful of food. Tears streamed down his face and into his ears as he chewed the dried rations. Exhausted, he finally passed out again, using his knapsack as a makeshift blanket. When his eyes fluttered open, the brisk bite of cold nudged him awake. He looked around as best he could with his stiff neck and realized, by the first rays of light spilling over the mountains, that dawn had arrived. Art willed his mana into his body, slowly forcing himself upright. He moved cautiously, inspecting every limb and joint to ensure nothing was broken before allowing himself a brief moment of relief. First things first. He crawled toward the mage's corpse, carefully averting his eyes from the grotesque injuries that had ended the man's life. Spotting what he had come for, he yanked the knife out of the mage's thigh. Unsure how long he might be stranded here, he knew having a weapon was essential. "Oh, you're awake." Art immediately dropped into a fighting stance, gritting his teeth against the sharp pangs from the sudden movement. Knife in hand, he spun to face the source of the voice. He swore silently. If the corpse was speaking. A melodic chuckle interrupted his thoughts, causing him to scan the area for the source. "Do not worry. You won't have to worry about that corpse reanimating." The voice seemed to emanate from nowhere, carrying a dignified yet gentle tone, one that exuded a sense of royalty. Powerful and resonant, it retained a silky, soothing quality that instinctively inspired trust. Still on guard, Art managed to mutter a less than elegant question. "Who are you? Are you the one who saved me?" "Yes, to your second question. As for the first, you will find out soon enough when you arrive at my dwelling." The voice sounded unnervingly confident that he would seek it out. As if reading his thoughts, it continued. "I am the only one who will be able to get you home from this place, so I advise you to make haste." The words snapped him into focus. That's right. He had to get back home. Mother, father, the twin horns, his baby sibling. Were they safe? Had they reached Xyrus? If this voice could truly take him home, he had no choice but to find it. Clearing his throat, he asked again, "Dear, Mr. Voice, may I humbly ask for the directions to your location?" The voice let out a soft chuckle before replying, "Don't you think it's a little rude to call a lady Mister? But yes, I'll show you the way." So it was a lady. Suddenly, Art's vision shifted to a bird's eye view. As if zooming out, A location roughly a day's travel to the east appeared and briefly glowed before his sight returned to normal. I recommend departing immediately. It will be a lot safer traveling during the day than when it gets dark, the voice chided gently. Yes, ma'am. Art hoisted his knapsack and set off at a slow trot toward the destination. With each step, his movements became less painful, and by mid-morning, he felt only a few lingering aches. Whatever magic the lady had used was incredibly potent. He had never heard of anyone casting a spell over such a distance. Or had she cast it just before he landed and then departed? But how could she have known they were falling, and why had she saved only him? The more he pondered, the more questions multiplied. After several more hours, his throat burning from thirst, he heard a faint gurgling sound. Following it, he discovered a narrow stream. Yes, he exclaimed. Art was absolutely filthy. His face and neck still reeked of vomit, and his clothes were torn and caked with grime. He sprinted to the stream and cannonballed into it, scrubbing his face and body vigorously until he was clean. After removing his clothes and giving them a rough wash, he laid them on a nearby rock to dry. Having finished his refreshing bath, he began walking toward his still damp clothes when a soft chuckle echoed in his mind. How pleasantly carefree. Reflexively, he shot both hands down to cover himself, hunching his back and trying to make his body as small as possible. Don't worry, there wasn't much to see. The voice practically winked at him, and Art shuddered. Art grumbled to himself, feeling a prick to his pride. How rude, he thought. He had wanted to argue that his body wasn't fully developed yet, but instead he ignored the voice and dressed himself. "Ah, don't pout, I apologize." The voice stifled a laugh. "Calm your mind, Arthur. A king must be calm." Once he had finished dressing, the voice fell silent. Art rummaged through his bag and pulled out the last of his rations. Water wouldn't be a problem for a while, since he had just refilled his water skin, but he would need food soon. Hopefully, the voice would provide him with something. He looked around, trying to get a sense of his surroundings. Since he had fallen off the mountain to the east, he must be near the elves' domain. It didn't seem like the forest of Elshire because there was no fog. Could it be the beast glades? No, he hadn't seen any mana beasts, only a few rabbits and birds. Yet the area was saturated with an unusual abundance of mana. That richness likely explained how he had recovered from his injuries so quickly, though it still didn't explain how he had survived the fall in the first place. Maybe the voice will explain it to me. I should hurry, he thought. The journey was peaceful and uneventful. There was no defined road, but the terrain offered only minor obstacles. As Art drew closer to the source of the voice, the mana in the area grew richer and denser. Despite the temptation to stop and absorb the abundant energy, he pressed on. Training could wait. Getting home was far more important. He couldn't help but worry about his parents. Everyone probably assumed he was dead, and he feared for their mental state more than their physical well-being. He worried they might blame themselves for his death. The only comfort came from knowing his mother was pregnant. For the sake of his unborn sibling, he trusted they would remain strong. At last, he arrived at the location the voice had guided him to, but all he could see was a cluster of rocks shaded by a small stand of trees. "I'm glad you made it here safely," the voice echoed in his mind, confident, as if it had always known he would arrive. "Nice to meet you, ma'am." "Miss Rocks?" Art asked, uncertain. "I'm not a rock, nor a cluster of them. The two large rocks leaning against each other on the other side form a crevice. That's where you'll find me," the voice chuckled inside his head. Looking around, Art spotted the small gap between the two larger rocks, just large enough for an adult to squeeze through. The slight breeze drifting from the crevice confirmed he had found the right place. Without the voice's guidance, he never would have noticed the narrow fissure. "Enter through the crevice, child, but strengthen yourself with mana before you do." Excitement surged through him. Soon he could return to mother and father. Without hesitation, he slipped through the gap, channeling mana to fortify his body. He had expected to step onto a platform, but instead, he immediately plummeted into darkness. The voice had neglected to mention the vertical drop. I guess that's why she told me to use mana, he realized mid-fall, screaming at the top of his 4-year-old lungs. The descent seemed to last several minutes. Eventually, a faint light appeared below him. He landed harshly on his feet. The impact traveled up his legs and back, jarring his entire body before he collapsed onto his already aching bottom. Groaning, he slowly pushed himself upright. So, child, we finally meet. Art felt the blood drain from his face. His mouth gaped, and his eyes widened in shock. Lightheaded, his legs buckled, and he collapsed back onto his bottom, staring at the figure who had been guiding him all along. Art's voice shook as he stammered, What are you?" Despite having lived 2 lives, his mind refused to accept what his eyes were seeing. A monster, for lack of a better word, towered before him, easily more than 3 stories high, seated cross-legged upon a crudely carved throne of jagged stone. One arm lazily supported her head. Her petrifying red eyes bore into him, menacing, yet carrying an oddly tranquil weight. From the sides of her head jutted 2 massive horns, arching down and around her skull before curving upward to sharp points near the front, almost like a crown. 2 fangs pressed lightly against her lips, while her body was clad in sleek black armor. Devoid of decoration or embellishment, the armor still gleamed, as if it were a priceless treasure. Art had once been a king, yet standing before this being, he felt ashamed ever to have claimed the title. The figure seated on that colossal throne was no mere monarch. She was a presence so commanding that even the most faithless of heretics would be compelled to bow in reverence. And yet, in all her terrible glory, she lounged casually, her head propped on one arm, while the other hand idly scratched at her nose. Only then, as his eyes adjusted to the dim cave light, did Art notice what he had missed before. The darkness of her body and the gloom of the chamber had concealed it, but now it was clear. A gaping wound marred her chest, a hollow cavity from which blood oozed in a steady, unending trickle. "We finally meet," she repeated, lips curling into a lazy half-smile that revealed a row of razor-sharp teeth. Art tried to push himself upright, but managed only halfway before collapsing back onto his aching backside, his face slack with shock at the impossible sight before him. "Bugs will fly into your mouth if you keep it open that wide," she remarked dryly. At least she has a sense of humor, he thought faintly. "As for what I am, I won't discuss that," the horned humanoid added, her piercing red eyes boring into him as if stripping away every layer of his being. "You can draw your own conclusions based on what you see." Art was rendered speechless, though the creature appeared not to notice. "It will take some time for me to open a dimensional gate to transport you to your house," she sighed. "Until then, be patient and wait here. There are special roots that grow here. You can live off those until I finish." In his shock at the creature's appearance, he had almost forgotten his family. He forced himself to regain some composure and stepped a little closer to the being. He gave a courteous bow. "Thank you for everything you've done for me and for what you intend to do. If there is any way I can repay you, I will do whatever is in my power." Such good manners for a child. "Do not worry. I expect neither a favor nor your gratitude. I'm doing this simply for my own amusement. Come, sit closer and keep me company." "I haven't talked to anyone in a while," the being said with a laugh, patting a spot on her throne for him to sit. Art clambered onto the platform with some difficulty, forgetting he could have simply used mana to leap up, and settled himself beside the towering being on her throne. "Excuse me if I'm being rude, but you don't really look like a lady." "How exactly should I address you?" he asked, meeting her gaze. "You're right. I don't exactly look like a lady now, do I? I wonder why I said that." "My name is Sylvia," she replied with a soft chuckle. To Art, this giant demon godlike monster looked like anything but a Sylvia, though he wisely kept that thought to himself. "Elder Sylvia, do you mind if I ask a few questions?" "Go ahead, young one, although I may not be able to answer everything." Overcome by the strange, awe-filled wonder her presence inspired, Art immediately rattled off a barrage of questions. Where is this place? Why are you here all alone? Where did you come from? Why do you have that huge wound? Why did you save me? Sylvia patiently waited for him to finish before replying. You must have had a lot on your mind. The first question is easy to answer. This place lies in a narrow zone between the Beast Glades and the Forest of Elshire, Sylvia explained with ease. No one knows of it because I have been warding off anyone who came close, though such instances are rare to begin with. You, young child, are the first to enter this domain. Please, call me Art. My name is Arthur Leywin, but everyone calls me Art. You can too, he blurted out before quickly clapping his hands over his mouth, embarrassed by how much he sounded like an eager child. Very well, child. I will call you Art. Sylvia's crimson eyes grew distant, as though gazing far past the walls of the cavern, while she moved on to his other questions. Continuing to your second question, I am alone because I have no one left to be with. While it would not be wise to tell you everything, I can say this much. I have many enemies who desperately covet something I possess. My last battle with them left me with this wound. As for where I come from, it is very far away. Sylvia paused for a moment before continuing, her crimson eyes fixing directly on Art as though studying him. Why I saved you? Even I do not fully know the answer to that question. Perhaps I have simply been alone for too long and wished for someone to speak with. I first noticed you when your party was engaged in battle with the bandits. When you threw yourself from the cliff to save your mother, I felt compelled to rescue you. It seemed a waste for such a good child to die. You are very brave. It is rare for even an adult to show such presence of mind under pressure. Art shook his head. I was scared too, but I didn't have much of a choice. I just wanted to save my mother and my baby sibling inside her. He wasn't sure if it was the gentle cadence of her voice or the sheer immensity of her presence. But before Sylvia, he felt stripped of the layers of maturity carried from his past life. No, before her, he was simply a child. Your mother was pregnant? I see. Sylvia's expression softened slightly. You must miss them dearly. But rest assured, your family and party escaped unscathed. As for where they have gone, my sight cannot reach far enough to tell anymore. A wave of relief washed over Art, and it took everything in him to keep his tears from spilling. They're safe. They're alive. They're okay. His voice trembled as he whispered the words, followed by a quiet sniffle. Sylvia's enormous hand lowered, and with surprising gentleness, she patted his head with a single finger. The rest of the day passed in conversation. By afternoon, Sylvia guided him to some edible roots, black in color, though similar in look and taste to potatoes. They shared small talk to pass the time while she worked on preparing the portal. At one point, her piercing gaze fell on him. How are you able to wield mana so well at your age? I was under the impression that until now, the youngest human mage to awaken had been around 10 years old. And even then, those children, lacking the understanding of how to use it, could barely do anything. Yet not only have you already formed a mana core, but the way you command mana rivals that of many seasoned mages. Art couldn't help a flicker of pride at her words. He lifted his shoulders in a modest shrug. My parents said I was a genius or something. I can read really well, and I understand what the books are saying. The twinkle in Sylvia's piercing eyes made it clear that she knew the word genius wasn't nearly enough to describe what Art truly was. But she chose to keep her thoughts to herself. Days slipped by as Sylvia continued her work on the portal. One day, her tone carried a hint of regret as she explained, "The spell will take some time to become completely safe. I would not want you to land in a place you don't recognize. Even the smallest inconsistency could mean arriving hundreds of feet in the air. Please, be patient. You will see your loved ones soon." Art nodded in understanding. As long as he knew his family was alive, he could wait. It certainly beat trying to climb back up the cliffside on his own. In the meantime, He trained his mana core and spent long hours in conversation with Sylvia. Over time, he came to notice things about her. Sylvia embodied the old saying, "Don't judge a book by its cover." Despite her fearsome, godlike appearance, she was kind, patient, and unexpectedly gentle. She reminded him of his mother in many ways, especially in the way both women could scold him with tenderness. One afternoon, when Art mentioned that the mage he had fought, along with the other bandits, deserved worse deaths than the ones they had suffered, Sylvia reached down and flicked his forehead without warning. Even though Sylvia had meant to be gentle, a flick of a finger from someone towering over 3 stories tall was far from harmless. Art went tumbling to the ground, more startled than hurt. When he finally recovered, he scowled up at her and demanded, "What was that for?" Sylvia carefully lifted him and placed him on her armored knee. Her crimson eyes softened, though there was a trace of pain in her voice as she spoke. "Art," she began, "perhaps you are not wrong in saying those bandits deserved death. I myself could have saved the mage you fell with, but I chose not to, for the very same reasons you despise them. However, you must not allow your heart to become clouded with unending hatred. Live proudly and focus on gaining the strength needed to protect the ones you love. Along your path, you will face dangers, some perhaps far worse than what you have already endured. But you must not let grief and rage consume you. Instead, move forward. Learn from those experiences. Better yourself so that such tragedies do not repeat." Art blinked, a little stunned to be lectured on morality by someone who looked like the very embodiment of evil. Yet her words lingered inside him, resonating in a way he couldn't ignore. All he could manage was a blank nod. As the days slipped by, he began to notice Sylvia's wound more closely. At first, it struck him as strange that she could remain alive with a gaping hole in the side of her chest. But over time, he grew accustomed to the sight, even if it never fully ceased to unsettle him. Soon, however, it became impossible to ignore. The wound was bleeding more often, the flow steadier. She tried at first to mask it with a hand, but the effort only made the truth clearer. Catching the direction of his concerned stare, Sylvia offered him a weak smile. "Do not worry, little one. This wound festers from time to time." Another day, as Art sat in meditation, carefully practicing strict movement techniques to refine his control over mana, Sylvia's voice broke through his concentration. "Art, try absorbing mana while moving. Ideally, in combat, you should be able to take in at least a fraction of what you would during meditation. You will burn mana faster than you absorb it, but doing so should allow you to extend your usage." Art's eyes widened slightly. He had once thought of this exact concept, but he had never been able to test it. His own limitations had kept him from experimenting with such a dangerous idea. Until now, he had always treated mana absorption and mana manipulation as entirely separate processes, but Sylvia's advice revealed a door he hadn't thought to open. He nodded firmly. "I'll try," Sylvia explained, her voice calm but firm. Humans have a very linear mindset regarding mana and find it difficult to deviate from methods that already work. Practice hard now, because you can only acquire this skill while both your body and mana core are immature. Even mana beasts learn this technique, but humans awaken much too late, and in most cases, their bodies have nearly matured by that time. But considering how young you are, there shouldn't be a problem, as long as you practice. She gave a proud puff of her nose, clearly pleased with her instruction. Art had to admit that, as with most theories he attempted, it was extremely difficult at first. The exercises reminded him of those the headmaster at the orphanage had shown them as children, the ones where each arm had to perform a separate motion, but this was far more challenging. Mastering the technique would essentially allow him to fight proficiently while maintaining a constant inward flow of mana. Sylvia offered one additional piece of advice. An exceptional mage must be able to split his conscious mind into multiple segments to process information with maximum efficiency. Art had never been instructed to split his mind before, and trying to follow her advice led to more than a few clumsy tumbles. He had never tripped over his own body so many times in both of his lives combined. At least, his repeated missteps earned a few hearty chuckles of amusement from Sylvia. Months passed. Art kept Sylvia company, sharing stories of his family and the town he had been born in, all while steadily improving in the mana technique thanks to Sylvia's patience and his own diligence. Though Sylvia refused to reveal a name for the skill, Art decided to call it himself, mana rotation. It would have been an understatement to say he had grown close to Sylvia. She treated him like her own blood grandson, and in return, he had become deeply attached to this demon lord grandmother. Their bond made it impossible to ignore the troubling reality. As the portal that would take him home became more distinct, her wound continued to worsen. One particularly grim night, after vomiting a pool of blood, Art could no longer contain his concern. "Sylvia, please tell me what's happening to your wound. Why is it getting worse? It wasn't like this before. You're saying it festers from time to time was clearly a lie. This isn't going to go away on its own. It's actually getting worse." He paused, struck by a sudden realization. Why hadn't he noticed it before? Her condition had been deteriorating all along while she worked on the portal. In order to send him home, she was sacrificing her life so that he could return to his family. Sylvia let out a deep breath, aware that he had understood. Offering a faint, sheepish smile, she whispered, "Art, yes, I am dying. But I will be angry if you blame yourself, thinking that you have caused this. I have been dying for quite a while now. You are doing me a favor by allowing me to leave this forsaken cave a bit faster." As soon as she finished speaking, a bright golden glow radiated from her body. Shielding his eyes to avoid being blinded, Art tried to focus on the shape forming where Sylvia had been sitting. In place of the 10-yard, titan-like figure now stood a dragon, even larger. From snout to tail, her body was covered in a pearl-white coat of shimmering scales. Beneath her iridescent lavender eyes, glowing golden runes marked her neck and branched down, spreading across her body and tail like sacred engravings. The patterns resembled an elegant, celestial tribal design, flowing harmoniously as if carefully placed vines. Her wings were pure white, adorned with feathers so fine and sharp they could rival a master-forged sword. The golden light surrounding the dragon dimmed, and Art no longer needed to shield his eyes. He stared at the celestial creature, where Sylvia had been. "There now. Do I look a bit more like a Sylvia in this form?" she said, giving a toothy smirk. "Sylvia? You're a dragon?" Art managed to stammer. Now, in this form, Sylvia explained that they did not have much time. Yes, she was what humans called a dragon. The wound that was killing her had been inflicted during a narrow escape from men who had sought to capture her. She had sensed one of them drawing dangerously close a few days ago, and she felt that her time in hiding was nearly over. Transforming into this dragon form would reveal her location, so she could only explain what was necessary. "First, take this. I will need you to take care of it from now on," she said. One of her bladed wings unfolded, revealing a translucent, rainbow-colored stone roughly the size of 2 fists. Its shifting colors and subtle radiance emitted an aura so potent that Art hesitated, feeling almost unworthy of holding it. Without waiting for his response, she continued, "Everything will reveal itself when the time comes. Just hold on to it, and do not let anyone else know you have it. Most will not understand what it is, but everyone will be drawn to the aura it emits." While she spoke, Sylvia plucked a feather from her wing with one of her claws and handed it to Art. "Wrap the stone in this to conceal it," she instructed. Following her directions, he carefully wrapped the stone in the feather. Once encased, the once divine, radiant stone now looked like a simple, smooth white rock, pretty, but entirely ordinary. As Art studied the feather-covered stone, he was suddenly pushed back when Sylvia's snout brushed gently against his chest, over his mana core. Startled, he looked up and met her glowing purple eyes. The golden markings around them flared brighter than when she had first transformed. As the markings gradually dimmed and vanished, Sylvia pierced his mana core with her tongue, releasing wisps of golden smoke that crackled with sparks of purple. A sharp yelp escaped Art's mouth as he blinked, confused and startled. He could only stare at Sylvia as she drew her head back, leaving behind a trail of blood from a hole torn through his threadbare shirt. His sternum was streaked with red, yet when his hand ran over the spot, he found no wound at all. Sylvia's expression was weak and pained, remarkably so, even for a mighty dragon. Her once shimmering purple irises had dulled into a dim yellow, and the radiant runes that had flowed across her face and body had completely vanished. Art opened his mouth to ask what she had done, but before the words could leave him, a thunderous explosion rocked the cavern. His head whipped upward just in time to see the ceiling of the cave blasted apart. Through the opening descended a figure, its form strikingly reminiscent of Sylvia's own previous one. The figure that descended was clad in sleek black armor, a blood-red cape flowing behind it to match the crimson glow of its eyes. Its skin was a pale, ashen gray, like a clouded sky before a storm. Unlike Sylvia, its horns were different. Two sharp arcs curling downward beneath its ears, tracing the line of its jaw like sinister ornaments. Sylvia immediately swept one of her vast wings around Art, shielding him both from the raining debris and, more importantly, from the intruder's gaze. "Lady Sylvia," the entity called out, its voice sharp with impatience. "I advise you to end this stubbornness and hand it over. You've already caused enough trouble by hiding yourself. If you submit, the Lord may even heal your wound." The words had barely left its mouth when the world seemed to shatter into silence. Everything froze. Colors inverted, the scene before Art now like a photographic negative, shadows gleaming, light swallowed. The enemy hung motionless in the air, the storm clouds behind him stilled, and even the falling rubble from the cavern roof hovered as if trapped in amber. Unbothered by the frozen tableau, Sylvia lowered her wing just enough to peek at Art, her gaze solemn. "I'll open the portal now," she whispered. "I couldn't finish it in time to send you directly home, but it will lead to a place where humans are nearby. Do not let him see you, and do not look back." But Art had heard the intruder's promise, and he ignored Sylvia's instructions. "Sylvia, is what he said true? If you turn yourself over, will you be able to live?" he cried. "Do not trust his honey-coated words. It will be worse for you if you are found right now. As for me, I would rather die than go back to where he is," Sylvia replied, impatience and anger mingling in her voice. "No, I won't let you die here. If you refuse to go with him, then please just come with me," Art begged. "I cannot go with you. You will forever be in danger if any one of them finds out you have had contact with me. I must stay here." Sylvia gently wiped his cheeks with a claw, her draconic eyes rimmed with tears. "You once asked me why I chose to save you. The truth is, it was to satisfy my own greed. I wanted to keep you as my own child, even for just a little while. I intentionally prolonged the transportation spell, because I wished to have more time with you, and now there is not enough time to finish it. I'm sorry, little Art, for my selfishness, but I have one last request to make. Can you be my grandson? Will you call me grandmother just this once?" "I don't care about all that. I'll say it as much as you want if you come with me." "Grandma, Grandma, you can't. Not like this." His words stumbled out, shaken by fear and frustration. "Please, I'm begging you, just come with me. I don't know what you did, but everything is frozen right now. We can escape. Please, grandmother, don't go. Not like this." He clung tightly to Sylvia's claw, desperately trying to pull her away with him. In that moment, Sylvia's face blossomed into a smile so beautiful she looked almost human. He barely caught the words she spoke as she pushed him into the portal. "Thank you, my child." The trip through the dimensional rift evoked a very peculiar sensation. Art's surroundings whizzed by in an indistinct blur of colors, while the space below slipped from underneath him. He stared blankly off into the distance, with no more tears left to cry. He landed with a jolt on hard ground, though his fall was cushioned by a pile of leaves and vines. It didn't matter, though. Even if he had landed on jagged rocks, he probably wouldn't have noticed. He remained in the same seated position he had maintained during the trip, not even bothering to look around him and take in his surroundings. She was gone. He would never have the chance to see her again. Those two thoughts triggered another wave of emotion, and he heaved with sobs. He recalled the months they had spent together, how caring she was, how she had treated him like her own blood. He didn't care that she had delayed sending him home in order to keep him with her. In the short time he had been with Sylvia, she'd taught him so much and given him insights he had lacked in this world. The anguish was overwhelming, and he succumbed to the urge to sleep, his mind's way of coping with it, he supposed. He curled up into a ball where he had landed, but then a searing pain jolted him back up. The burning sensation spread from his mana core throughout his body, and then a voice echoed in his head. Ahem, testing, testing. Ah, good. Hello, Art. This is Sylvia. His heart fluttered in instant response to the voice. Sylvia, I'm here. Can you hear? If you're listening to this right now, it means I have shown you what I actually am. It was some kind of recording. She must have implanted it in him when she gouged that small hole into his mana core. You're nowhere near ready right now to know the whole truth. Knowing you, if you knew who my enemy was, you would have brashly tried to fight him. Little Art, you are barely 4 years old. Yet, looking at your mana core and seeing that it is already dark red in color, I have realized that you have a rare talent. I will leave you with this. I have imbued your mana core with my unique will. This is something incomparable to the will of any normal beast. Your future progress as a mage depends on how well you will be able to use it. Was that why the purple in her eyes and her golden patterns had disappeared? When your mana core passes the white stage, you will hear from me again. At that time, I will explain everything. What you do from there will be your choice. There was a stage past white? Lastly, Art, I know you may be grieving, but remember, you have your family to look out for, and the stone I entrusted you with. My wish is for you to embrace the joys and innocence of childhood, train hard, and make your parents and me proud. Do not go chasing after shadows in a fit of rage. Killing the ones responsible for my death will neither bring me back to life nor ease your pain. There is a reason for everything, and I do not regret what has happened. With this, I bid you farewell for now. Remember, protect your family and the stone, study what I have left you, and enjoy this life, King Grey. That name and title were from Art's previous world. She had known the entire time. Did she discover something in his mana core? Was she able to look into his memories? He had so many questions, but the only one who could answer them was gone. He refused to move for a long time, staying in his cozy fetal position, deep in thought. Sylvia was right. She had known what his life back in his old world was like. He could not let himself make the same mistake, living solely for the sake of pursuing strength. He wanted to be strong, but he also wanted to live his life without regret. He wanted to live a life that Sylvia would be proud of. Even if he reached whatever stage was after white, he did not think it would please her to know he had lived a life of only training. No, he needed to hurry and reach his family. But before he could do that, he needed to know, where the hell was he? Looking around, Art saw trees surrounding him, towering high over his head. A dense fog loomed thickly a few inches off the ground, filling the air with nearly palpable moisture. Trees in an unnaturally thick fog. He sank back onto his butt, crestfallen. This could only mean one thing. He was in the forest of Elshire. A disheartened sigh escaped from his mouth as he picked himself up. It seemed he wouldn't be reuniting with his family anytime soon. It had been over 4 months since he had gone over the cliff. His family had probably gone back to Ashbur, or perhaps they had decided to stay in Xyrus. Art didn't have any sort of provisions other than the clothes on his back and the strange stone wrapped in Sylvia's feather. The cursed fog limited his vision to a few yards in any direction. Reinforcing his eyes with mana helped quite a bit, but it didn't solve the even bigger problem: how to get out of this place. He reinforced his body and enabled mana rotation, which had become second nature to him by now. At the moment, he could only absorb roughly 20% of what he could while just meditating, but he couldn't complain. The only downside to mana rotation was that it wasn't a replacement for strengthening the mana core. In order to purify his mana core and reach the next stage, he would need to focus solely on gathering mana from both his body and the surrounding atmosphere and use that to get rid of the impurities little by little. After reaching the dark red level, he had noticed that the amount of mana he could store increased significantly. Although the core did not grow in size, he assumed that a higher purity allowed more mana to be stored. Art climbed up the nearest tree, and once he got high enough, he focused mana into only his eyes, enhancing his vision even further. He wasn't looking for a way out, but rather for any signs of people. Sylvia had said that he would be teleported close to humans, so he hoped there might be adventurers traveling nearby who could direct him out, or even escort him. After about 10 minutes of searching, jumping from tree to tree, he found what he was looking for. He hopped a few more trees, feeling quite proud of his primate-like nimbleness, and stopped on a branch closer to what he'd found. A group of humans were gathered near a carriage. He had wanted to jump down and greet them in hopes that they'd take him back to his home, but some inexplicable urge told him not to. Studying their expressions and the way they moved told him something was off. Art hid himself completely behind the trunk and listened intently. "No! Help! Someone please help! Mommy! Daddy! No!" "Someone shut her up. She's going to attract attention." There was the sound of a thud, then another voice spoke. "Put her in the back of the carriage and make it quick. Still a few days until we get to the safety of the mountain range. We can't slow down now. We have to keep moving." "Hey boss, how much you reckon she'll sell for?" "Elf girls go for a lot, don't they? And as young as she is, she's probably a virgin at that. I bet she'll fetch a lot, huh?" Slave traders. Art carefully took a peek, spotting the small carriage, just big enough to carry 5 or 6 adults if they were crammed in tightly. Just then, a middle-aged man came into view, hauling a little girl to the back of the carriage. She looked to be around 6 or 7, with the silvery hue in her hair and the pointed ears that elves were famous for. What do I do? How were they even able to kidnap an elf in the first place? The Elshire Forest's magical fog was supposed to disorient the senses of even the most capable mage. After a few more seconds of observing, he found his answer. Attached to leashes were mana beasts, creatures that looked like a mix between a deer and a dog. They had large, branching antlers, resembling complicated antennas. These creatures had been mentioned in the encyclopedia he had always carried with him. The forest hounds were native to the forest of Elshire and could navigate even better than the elves themselves. How these brutes had acquired forest hounds, he had no idea, but he needed to think of a plan. Option 1. Steal one of the forest hounds and have it lead him out of the forest. Option 2. Kidnap the kidnapped elf girl and have her lead him out of the forest. Option 3. Kill all the slave traders and set the elf girl free, then take the forest hounds and have them lead him out of the forest. He pondered for a couple of minutes, struggling with a dilemma. The first option would be easiest, but it didn't sit right with him to just leave the elf girl. But who knows, he thought, rationalizing. Maybe she'll get bought by a kind old man who will free her and take her back to her home. Fat chance. The second option had an obvious flaw. Once Art saved the elf, she might refuse to lead him out of the forest and insist on going back home. The slave traders probably wouldn't take it too kindly either. Option 3 had the best outcome, but it was by far the most difficult and dangerous, considering there were 4 of them and only 1 of him. Because of the fog, he couldn't sense if any of them were mages, but it was safe to assume that at least 1 of them would be. The fact that they had captured an elf in the forest meant they were either extremely lucky or true professionals. He let out another deep breath. He seemed to be sighing a lot these days. Option 3 it is. Deciding to trail them and actually following through were two different matters. The forest hounds were already warily sniffing in his direction, sensing that someone was near. He had to follow them at a safe distance, constantly using mana to keep up with their carriage far enough back that he could still track them without being noticed. Through constant mana usage, aided by mana rotation, he managed to keep them in his sights. Less than an hour before nightfall, the group stopped and set up camp, allowing Art to quietly observe them until he had learned enough to confidently make a move. He waited until it was completely dark, then moved carefully to a branch directly above the carriage and prepared to put his plan into action. First, he stirred up the forest hounds with a carefully thrown rock. Despite their bumbling appearance, the slave traders were surprisingly vigilant. They never built a fire and kept 2 people on guard at all times. When the forest hounds began squealing, one of the 2 guards, a lanky man armed only with a long knife, went around to the other side of the carriage to quiet them. The guard who stayed behind sat on a fallen log, fiddling with something in his hands while the other 2 traders slept inside the tent. Art's first target would be the guard who had gone to quiet the forest hounds. His lean muscles were visible, but he didn't seem too strong. Art dropped down with a quiet thud behind him. Startled by the soft sound, the lanky man turned around, probably expecting a curious weasel or rat. His face twisted into a mixture of surprise and amusement when he saw Art, a 4-year-old child in ragged clothes. But before he even had the chance to speak, Art lunged upward toward his neck. He infused mana into the blade of his hand, turning it into a sharp edge. This was called the swordless art in his old world, but here it would be more accurate to call it a wind attribute technique. The guard flinched back reflexively, his hands coming up toward his face to guard against the blow. It was too late. Art took a quick swipe at the guard's jugular, severing his larynx along with his carotid artery. A stream of blood sprayed from the wound as he landed behind the man, supporting his lifeless body and gently placing him down to avoid making noise. As he had expected, the forest hounds Lanky had just calmed were sent back into a frenzy at the stench of blood, resuming their howling and barking. "Oi, Pinky! Can't even calm the hounds? What the—" Art had already retrieved Pinky's knife and was waiting for the second man at the back corner of the carriage. While the second slave trader's attention was on Pinky's corpse, currently being torn at by the forest hounds, Art jumped out from behind him and stabbed him in the neck. After some snarling, the hounds quieted down to devour the 2 corpses. Art headed toward the tent to dispatch the remaining 2 in their sleep, but a shrill cry ruined his plans. "Help! Mommy! Someone! Anyone! Please! Son of a... Why now of all times?" As if on cue, he heard the rustle of the tent as the 2 remaining slave traders came out. "Pinky! Deuce!" one of them barked, still half asleep. "The kid is awake!" "What the hell are you—" Art swallowed down the inappropriate urge to laugh at the slave traders' ridiculous names and hid behind a tree next to the carriage. While he waited, he infused mana into Pinky's knife. Sensing something was amiss, the 2 slavers carefully stepped around to the other side of the carriage. Their eyes bulged as they witnessed their 2 former companions being eaten by the forest hounds. Art was about to seize the opportunity to attack the nearest one when the man's gaze whipped back to him, and he instantly swung his short sword at Art's face. Dodging the slash, Art dropped low and dashed toward the man, trying to get in range with his knife. He swung, reinforcing even more mana into the blade, and landed a clean blow, slicing the Achilles tendon of the man's right leg. The man let out a pained howl and dove desperately out of Art's range before he could do any further damage, crying, "Danton, be careful. I think this brat is a mage." Art turned his attention to Danton, who pulled his sword from its sheath and lowered into a defensive stance. "You see all sorts of crazy things these days, George. Looks like a huge sack of gold just showed itself in front of us. I bet he'll get us almost as much as the elf," Danton said, with a crazed chuckle. These bastards didn't even care that Art had just killed their party members. Danton's body glowed faintly as he reinforced himself with mana. He advanced toward Art, his lips curling into a confident grin on his square face. With that crippled leg, George was out of the fight, but this augmenter was going to be trouble. The augmenter, Danton, suddenly sprang at Art, his right arm poised to throw a punch. Art could only assume he chose not to use his sword so as not to damage his goods. While he would normally have been offended, in this case, Danton's overconfidence made it much easier for him. Art jumped back just in time to avoid the blow, which was strong enough to leave a small dent in the ground. He threw his knife at Danton, using the same trick he had with the conjurer he'd dragged over the cliff, but this mage was more careful. Danton disrupted the mana string with his sword and grabbed the knife with his free hand. Shit! Art was in a bad position. Danton wasn't tall, but his reach was still significantly longer than his. He also had a sword, which he now deemed necessary to use, further increasing his range. Wasting no time, Danton dashed toward Art, throwing the knife he had just launched at him. Art easily dodged, but not in time to react to the next move as Danton swiped at his leg with the sheath. As he stumbled, trying to regain his balance, Danton grabbed hold of his ankle and flipped him upside down. Danton's confident face crumpled as Art concentrated mana and punched the hand that gripped him. He used a fire attribute technique, releasing all the mana focused on his fist and aiming for the weak joints of Danton's wrist. A loud crack, followed by howled profanities, proved that the attack had been sufficient. Danton could no longer grip Art's ankle with his broken wrist, so Art fell, landing awkwardly on his back. Quickly jumping to his feet, he picked up Pinky's knife and charged toward the wounded augmenter. Still preoccupied by the pain in his wrist, Danton cursed, "You're dead now, you piece of shit. I don't care if I can't sell you anymore." His left wrist was useless, leaving a gap in his defense. Art willed more mana into his feet and closed the distance. He was about to land a solid hit to Danton's side when he saw him furiously swinging his sword downward. He fell for it. Art quickly pivoted on his left foot, spinning to his right. Dodging the swing by a hair's breadth, he brought his knife within range of Danton's right side, now exposed from the desperate swing. Danton immediately tried to jump back, but Art placed his right foot behind the man's leg, throwing him off balance. With one quick thrust, he jabbed the knife up under Danton's armpit, through the gap between his ribs, and into his chest. He finished him off easily, as Danton's lung collapsed from the wound. Art was now left with the immobile George. The poor fighter couldn't defend himself or run with his useless leg. Art couldn't use Danton's sword. It was too large and heavy for him, so he made use of Pinky's knife one last time and swiped George's jugular. George died with a look of disbelief, and Art fed him to the hounds. Judging by the eerie quiet, the elf girl seemed to know that fighting had taken place. Art climbed onto the back of the carriage where she was locked and spotted her shivering in the corner, her once lavish clothing caked with dirt and grime. She studied him with an expression of surprise and doubt, her eyes seeming to say, "He can't have been the one who saved me, can he?" She remained silent as he untied her, her swollen turquoise eyes never leaving his face. Tired and feeling grimy, he helped her up and said simply, "You should go back home now." She probably hadn't known until now whether he was an enemy or a friend, but when he said the word home, a look of relief washed over her tense face, and she broke down, hiccuping and sobbing. "I was so scared. They were going to sell me. I thought I was never going to see my family again." Art sat quietly next to her, offering silent comfort as she wept. It felt like a good hour before the little elf girl finally managed to settle down. Art didn't blame her. Being forcibly kidnapped would be traumatic even for an adult, and she seemed only a little older than he was. As he comforted her, he couldn't help but notice how bizarre the scene must have looked. A 4-year-old boy tenderly patting the head of an elven girl in the back of a carriage while beasts devoured 4 bloody corpses just a few steps away. What happened to those bad guys?" she sniffled, her voice still raw from crying. Art hesitated. He wasn't sure if telling a child that young about killing was appropriate, so he sidestepped the truth with a gentle answer. "They had a very unfortunate accident. The girl studied the hesitant expression on his face with a raised brow, then looked down and whispered, "Serves them right." Perhaps it was merely Art's reaction to seeing an elf for the first time, or perhaps even then, he felt some inborn connection that bonded him to the girl. Whatever it was, he couldn't take his eyes off her. Her disheveled state couldn't mask the innate beauty that seemed to radiate from her. She had long, gunmetal gray hair that he had mistaken for silver in the sunlight. A pair of gleaming teal eyes, shaped like perfect almonds, sparkled beneath long, fluttering lashes, and her perky nose was so red from crying that it matched the color of her rosy lips. Each of her individual facial features seemed like carefully molded gems, but the fair, creamy skin of her face was the canvas that brought them together into a surreal, almost phantasmal work of art. Art helped her to her feet before speaking again. "The people who tried to kidnap you aren't going to chase you anymore. Do you think you can make it back home by yourself?" She drew back in fear, a panicked expression overtaking her face. Tears welled up in her eyes, and both her hands clenched tightly to Art's shirt like claws. Her answer would have been clear even to an infant. "Look, I need to get home too. Aren't elves generally safe in this forest?" Art sighed, trying to pry her fingers from his shirt. She shook her head violently, like a dog drying itself, and said, "Beasts are only scared of grown-ups. My parents told me children get eaten by hounds or tree golems." Art would normally have been amazed and intrigued by something like a tree golem, but after witnessing a demon king metamorphose into a dragon, it was becoming difficult to find anything that could surprise him. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, trying to come up with a solution. "How long does it take to get from here to where you live?" Still holding on to his shabby shirt, she looked down and admitted, "I don't know." Art fought the temptation to release another sigh, seeing that the poor girl looked like she was about to cry, and agreed to take her back home. The kingdom of Elenoir was quite some distance to the north, so Art's only hope was that there would be a teleportation gate there that could get him back to somewhere, anywhere in Sapun. He instructed the elf girl to wait inside the carriage while he gathered some necessities. He didn't want her to see the mangled carcasses of the slave traders, a sight even he found hard to stomach. He finally found a backpack small enough for him to wear without it dragging on the ground. He carefully folded and stuffed a small tent into it, added a leather water skin and some dried rations, and picked up Pinky's knife from where it had fallen during the fight with Danton and George, strapping it to the front of his waist to balance the awkward weight of the equipment on his back. He briefly considered taking the carriage back to the Elven Kingdom, but it was too dangerous. They would stick out like sore thumbs in the forest. Instead, he freed the forest hounds. While domesticated enough to pull a carriage, they couldn't be ridden. When everything was ready, Art stuck his head back into the carriage. "Let's head out now," he said, trying to sound more enthusiastic for the girl's sake. "Okay." She hopped out of the carriage, and he led her away, carefully steering her around the area where all the dead bodies lay. He learned a lot about the elf girl along the way. Her name was Tessia Aerolith, and she had just turned 5, making her about a year older than him, physiologically that is. Most elves reached puberty around age 7, but even though she was much closer to physical adulthood than he was, he still had the advantage of an adult mind in his 4-year-old body. Tessia was also a reserved girl, almost to the point of shyness. She was very polite to him, especially considering that he was younger, and never complained, making her a very agreeable traveling companion. If not for the fact that he was traveling away from his destination, he might have actually enjoyed having her with him. When the sun began to set and the fog gathered thickly around them, they pitched the tent underneath the exposed roots of a particularly large tree for the night. Centuries of soil erosion had washed away the earth surrounding the massive trunk, leaving its spreading roots elevated like archways. He hadn't been able to fit any of the supporting rods in the backpack, so he used the long rope he'd brought with him instead. He stretched it between 2 of the roots and hung the tent canvas over it, weighing down the edges with moss-covered rocks. After finishing the setup, they sat next to the tent, beneath a root, and he took out the dried rations. He handed some to Tessia, and she gave a slight bow. "Thank you very much. You know, you don't have to be so polite to me. I'm younger than you, and I'd feel a lot more comfortable if you weren't so on edge, Art replied around a mouthful of the dried rations. Okay, I'll try. Tessia gave a shy smile. Art began wondering if she had been raised in a very strict household. Perhaps it was simply customary for elves to be so formal. Maybe by telling her to be more comfortable with him, he was inadvertently inviting her to marry him. Giving her a shrug, he continued stuffing his face with food. Can you tell me about the human kingdom? She suddenly asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. What did you want to know? What is a human city like? How are humans? Is it true that all male humans are perverts and have more than one wife? Art choked on the dried fruits he was chewing, spraying them out before they could get caught in his windpipe. No, although it isn't against the law, usually only the nobility and the royal families have multiple wives, Art said, after composing himself and wiping his mouth. I see now. Tessia's eyes were still sparkling. Do you really? He thought. He went on, explaining a bit about the town of Ashbur and his family to pass the time, then asked her the same question. What is it like living in Elenoir? She pondered for a moment before finding the words to explain. I don't think it's too different from what you told me about where you grew up, except the children all have to go to school to learn about our history and how to read and write. When we awaken, we get mentors assigned to us and become their disciple. From there, a lot of it is just training with your master. I see. Art pondered the differences between the education systems of humans and elves. While the elven method was far more advanced and equitable, it only worked because the elven kingdom was much smaller and tight-knit compared to the human kingdom. Still, it was clear how the early foundations had shaped cultural differences in the older generations. He got up from the ground and held out his hand to help Tessia up. She hesitated, and he thought she might have turned a little red, though it was probably just the effect of the rapidly dwindling light. You sleep in the tent. I'll keep guard next to you, outside. Art could see her thinking. Then she fixed her eyes on him, full of resolve. I don't mind sharing the tent, if you're okay with it. She tried to sound nonchalant, but her voice betrayed her. Art replied much more quickly than he had meant to. No, don't worry about that. I'm not very sleepy right now anyway. All right. Did her ears just droop a little? He wondered. He waited until he was sure she was inside the tent, then leaned against the massive tree trunk and began meditating. He started inspecting his mana core. Sylvia had left him with something she called her will, but how would it affect his mana core? Inspecting more closely, he noticed some faint markings within it. Just then, he heard a noise. Arthur? Tessia's head poked out of the tent. Is there something wrong? He asked. Well, you see, beasts will more likely appear if they notice you, because they will see that you are a child. So for our safety, it would be better for you to come inside the tent. Tessia had covered her face with the tent's opening flap, peeking out with one eye. Art chuckled. Pfft. Then something occurred to him. Tessia, are you scared to sleep by yourself in the tent? Absolutely not. I was just suggesting what the best choice would be for both of us to be safe, she insisted, nearly tumbling out of the tent. If that's the case, then I'll hide up in the tree and stay on the lookout. You know, for our safety, he said with a wink. She hid herself back inside the tent for a moment before muttering softly, I'm scared to sleep by myself in the tent. Smiling to himself, Art opened the flap and crawled inside. Caught by surprise, Tessia let out a small yelp, then immediately lay down with her back to him. Seeing how red her ears were, he thought about teasing the poor elf girl a little more. He could easily see himself enjoying it. After a few silent moments, Tessia peeked over her shoulder. Can I hold on to your shirt? Seeing her trembling, Art remembered that she was just a child. He couldn't imagine how hard it must have been for her. Getting kidnapped, being separated from her family, carried off, and not knowing if she would ever see them again. Scooting closer, he gave her head another soft pat as she turned and clutched the edge of his tattered shirt. Her eyes closed in contentment, and after a few minutes, her breathing became more rhythmic. Art began drifting off to sleep too, still sitting up. His eyes fluttered open on their own, and it took a few seconds to remember where he was. Looking down, he saw Tessia's head on his lap, her body curled up comfortably. Gently shaking her awake, he whispered, "Tessia, we should head out now." She slowly stirred, but when she realized the position they were in, her body shot up and she gave a surprised shriek. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "Don't worry about it," Art replied with a wry smile. "Let's fold up the tent." With slightly pink cheeks, she nodded, and they began packing everything up to resume their journey. Time passed uneventfully until, out of nowhere, Art was struck with deep aches in his abdomen. The first pains appeared on the third day of the trip. They were inside the tent, Tessia already fast asleep, when a sudden searing ache spread out from his sternum. It disappeared soon enough, but even that brief moment was painful enough to leave him shivering. He worried that something was seriously wrong, but his concerns seemed unfounded when the pain did not return. The most exciting occurrence otherwise was when a couple of forest hounds tried to get close, but he chased them away with a throw of his mana-reinforced knife. Their pace wasn't impeded by any tree golems or stronger mana beasts hunting children. At night, he continued sleeping in the tent with Tessia, who grew more comfortable around him, at least comfortable enough not to get embarrassed every time she woke up. Their conversations became more natural, with fewer awkward silences, and she began joking with him, even teasing him about the way he spoke. In her words, he was trying too hard to sound like an adult. "Can you tell how far we are from Elenoir now, Tessia?" he asked one clear morning. It was the 5th day of their journey. Her elongated ears twitched as she began surveying their surroundings. Then she darted to a particularly crooked tree and ran her fingers over the trunk. A few moments of silence passed before she returned to Art, visibly excited. "That tree is one I used to come visit with my grandfather sometimes. I remember carving my name into the trunk when he wasn't looking," she said, pointing to the tree. "We're not too far away. I think if we quicken our pace a little bit, we'll be able to make it by tonight." "Sounds good," Art answered, following behind her. As lovely as the journey had been, he needed to make plans to somehow get back to his family, and that wouldn't be possible until he got her home. He had to admit, though, he would probably miss her after their time together. "Arthur, you said your family and the people close to you called you Art. I have gotten pretty close to you on our journey." They were on a moss-covered log bridge crossing a stream when she suddenly stopped. "So, can I call you Art too?" Tessia turned around, revealing a wide smile. Sure, I don't mind," he said, returning her smile. "You don't mind?" You could sound a little more enthusiastic. Tess stuck her tongue out at him. "I would be honored to have you call me Art, Your Highness." Despite his tattered clothes, Art made a bow gracious enough for a noble. "And you may also have the honor of calling me Tess," she giggled, curtsying back at him before turning around and hopping off the log. They continued hurrying toward their destination, stopping only briefly to rest and replenish their stomachs. Constant use of mana rotation had kept Art's body from overstraining, but it was obvious that Tess was growing wearier. After a short rest on a soft patch of moss, they pressed on for the last stretch. Tess and Art had grown quite close on this journey. The once shy and reserved elf girl now often wore a bright smile, which was contagious even under their less than comfortable conditions. She continued teasing him, insisting he should call her older sister since she was a full year older. He returned the teasing, imitating her crying while rubbing his eyes and yelling, "Wow, Mommy, I'm scared." Tess turned bright red, smacked his arm, and started to pout. Crossing her arms with her lower lip protruding, she stomped off before yelling, "Meanie!" By dusk, the fog around them had thickened. Art's sense of direction was all but useless in the blasted forest, enough that if he were to get separated from Tess, he could easily end up traveling in circles without even realizing it. Then she turned to him, her face a mixture of happiness and trepidation. "We're here," she said. Looking around, all Art could see were clusters of trees and fog. Confused, he was about to ask where here was, but he saw Tess place both palms on a tree. She began muttering a chant, and suddenly, the fog around them was drawn into the trunk. A giant wooden door appeared, seemingly propped up on the ground by itself. Tess grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the door. When she opened it, he was reminded of the portal Sylvia had pushed him through. The experience didn't feel any better the second time, but at least he knew what to expect. As they softly landed on their feet at their destination, Art rummaged through his bag to make sure the stone Sylvia had entrusted to him was still there. Only after confirming it was safe did he finally look up and take in the scene around them. Pristine. That was the word that entered Arthur's mind as he gazed in awe at the elven city. They had arrived just beyond the gates through teleportation. The jade-like buildings stood flawlessly, seamlessly merging with massive trees that intertwined throughout the city. Homes nestled on thick branches, smoke wafting from chimneys. Soft moss covered most of the ground, while floating orbs of light illuminated the streets. Lost in his thoughts, Arthur was startled by a passing shadow, bringing him back to reality. Tessia maintained her grip on Art's hand as a sudden group of guards materialized before them. Clad in coordinated black suits with green trimmings and a golden shoulder guard on their left side, these elven warriors emanated a regal aura. Each guard carried a rapier at their waist. Art couldn't sense any mana leaking from them, indicating their impressive control or high-level mana cores. The guards disregarded Art's presence and instead kneeled in unison before Tessia. "We welcome back the royal princess," they proclaimed. Stunned, Art's gaze shifted between the guards and Tess. The realization struck him like a lightning bolt. Tess was the princess of this kingdom. As Art attempted to loosen his grip on Tess's hand, she held on tighter. Her voice turned icy and distant as she commanded, "You may rise." The guards obeyed, their right fists pressed against their chests. Before the knight could speak further, a cry pierced the air. "My baby, Tess, you're safe." A middle-aged couple, adorned with a crown and tiara, rushed towards them, the king and queen. Art turned his gaze just in time to witness Tess embracing her parents, her face filled with both joy and tears. He released her hand and gently nudged her towards her family, his own emotions swelling within. Tessia rushed into her mother's waiting arms, and both parents, overcome with emotion, sank to their knees, clinging tightly to their daughter. Lastly, an elderly man, exuding an aura of authority, joined them. His piercing gaze softened upon seeing Tessia. As the scene unfolded, the guards glared at Art with hostility, and the elderly man observed him with curious eyes. The composed king rose, his eyes still red. "As the king of Elenoir, I apologize for my appearance. As Tessia's father, I thank you for bringing her back safely. Come to our home, rest, and then share what happened." Art nodded, accepting the invitation. As he moved to follow, Tess reached for his hand again, causing astonishment among the crowd. Art chuckled nervously, scratching his head, unable to find the right words to explain their connection. Upon arrival at the royal residence, they were taken aback to find a colossal petrified tree instead of a traditional castle. Its massive trunk, resembling white stone, housed an impressive interior. Twin curved staircases encircled a magnificent chandelier, crafted from the same ethereal material as the city's floating orbs of light. Having expressed the desire to share their story immediately upon arrival, Art insisted on skipping rest. Guided by the welcoming entourage, they were led to a rectangular dining table on the lower floor. Positioned directly across from the king, at the urging of Tess's father, Art took their seat. Tess's mother and grandfather occupied the adjacent seats, while the guards stood behind the king. Elbows resting on the table, the king inquired, "Child, what did you say your name was?" Frustrated by the patronizing tone, Art stood up, signaling their dissatisfaction with being treated as a mere child. Apologizing for the delay, Arthur introduced himself as Arthur Leywin from a remote town in Sapin. The mature demeanor surprised the royal family and guards. King Alduin Erelith, accompanied by his wife Mariel and his father Virion, asked Arthur to share his side of the story, to which Arthur gave a vague account, omitting his arrival in the forest of Elshire. Inevitably, Arthur revealed his identity as a mage to the royal family, prompting a round of disbelief from everyone present, including Tessia. Since their journey had been obstacle-free, Arthur had not demonstrated his use of mana, nor had he explained his abilities prior to this moment. "How dare you lie in the presence of elven royalty?" a guard hissed, earning a reprimand from Tess's father. The soldier suggested testing Art's honesty, but Elder Virian's palm on the table silenced him. Virian signaled for Art to continue, his gaze filled with an eerie interest. Art recounted witnessing humans abducting Tess, causing the king to angrily slam his hands down, declaring his suspicion. After Art recounted the events, he cleared his throat and made the request he had come for. "As I mentioned, it has been almost 4 months since I saw my parents. I don't plan to overstay my welcome. Could you provide a teleportation gate to take me to the city of Xyrus or anywhere in Sapin?" Tess shot up from her seat, panic evident on her face. Her parents exchanged baffled glances, silently mouthing Art. Meanwhile, the elder wore a smug grin, rocking in his chair. "I don't think it's appropriate for me, a human, to stay here long," Art replied, giving Tess a sheepish smile. "I want to ensure my family's safety and let them know I'm okay." Before Tess could speak, the king interjected. "It has been almost 100 years since the last human entered Elenoir. You, Art, are the first human in our capital, Zestier. Your actions entitle you to a proper reward." Regrettably, the king continued, "the teleportation gate to Sapin opens only once every 7 years for the summit conference. However, we'll arrange an escort for you. It's best to stay within the castle due to animosity towards humans. Follow me," he gestured, and a maid led Art to his room. Art was escorted to a spacious room adorned with beautifully crafted wooden furniture. As soon as the maid departed, he swiftly undressed and entered the bathroom, pleasantly surprised by the soothing waterfall shower. After cleansing himself, he donned comfortable attire and examined his mana core with little progress. Suddenly, a gentle knock interrupted his concentration. Opening the door, he was met with Tessia's pouting face, playfully delivering a light punch to his chest, breaking the momentary solitude. Tess reproached Art, expressing her disappointment at his behavior with her family. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Art took her hand and guided her out of his room, aware of the implications. Determined to make it up to her, he suggested exploring the castle together, though immediately regretting his words. Tess's response was tearful, revealing her attachment to him as she clung to his arm while he comforted her. They walked in silence until reaching the castle courtyard. The tranquil atmosphere was disrupted when Art sensed danger and protected Tess from an incoming projectile. To his surprise, he faced Tess's grandfather, who chuckled at Art's defensive reaction. The elderly man dismissed the attack, claiming the projectile was harmless. Confusion and frustration filled Art as he sought answers. Art glanced down at his hand, inspecting the pencil-sized projectile that had been disguised as harmless. He realized he had fallen into a trap. The assailant praised his quick reflexes but criticized his use of mana. The man handed Art a wooden sword and wielded one himself. Without warning, the attacker charged forward, leaving Art with no choice but to engage in an impromptu duel. Determined, Art adopted an offensive stance, launching himself at his opponent, targeting his grip on the sword with a swift and powerful strike. Art's sword swung through empty space, failing to connect with his opponent's hand as the old man vanished from sight. Startled, Art quickly turned his head to find the man a few yards away. With a smirk, the old man remarked on Art's tenacity and warned of a more serious approach. The man's speed was even more astonishing, making it difficult for Art to track his movements and react to his attacks. Despite his training, Art struggled to defend himself, managing to block only a fraction of the old man's strikes. It became clear that the old man's dominance stemmed from his unmatched speed rather than technique alone, forcing Art to rely on his swordsmanship and agility to evade the onslaught. As Art endured the relentless assault, he gradually discerned patterns in Virian's attacks. Anticipating a horizontal leg sweep, Art exerted his strength, leaping backward with his sword poised to strike Virian's head. The blow connected with a solid impact, causing the old elf to stumble momentarily before recovering his balance. Amidst the sparring, Tess observed the exchange, initially surprised but soon realizing it was a friendly bout. Seizing the chance, she approached her grandfather with a determined stride, expressing her concern for Art's well-being. Pinching Virian's side, She scolded him for being too rough. Chuckling, Virian acknowledged the pain, but lifted his granddaughter, affirming that if he had been gentler with Art, the young brat might have turned the tables on him. In a flash, Virian materialized before Art, pressing his palm firmly against Art's sternum. Assessing the situation, Virian stated, "Your body is in a precarious state." Art, perplexed by Virian's observation, questioned his own physical well-being, considering his diligent practice of mana manipulation and meditation. Sensing Art's doubt, Virian adjusted the position of his palm, causing a familiar surge of pain. With narrowed eyes, Virian acknowledged Art's skills, but remarked on a critical omission in his earlier story. Feeling his heart race, Art wondered if Virian had discovered his connection to Sylvia. Unexpectedly, Virian declared, "Arthur, become my disciple." Leaving Art bewildered and unprepared, Art stood there, completely stunned by the old man's suggestion. He couldn't comprehend what he was hearing. "Are you serious?" Art finally managed to utter in disbelief. The old man tilted his head slightly and replied, "Why not?" Art quickly raised his concerns about being a human and the need to ensure his family's well-being. After a moment of contemplation, the old man spoke again, offering a solution. "Join me tomorrow morning. We'll address your family matters first, and then we can begin your training," he proposed, his voice filled with determination. Art stirred from his slumber, feeling weighed down by an invisible burden that persisted even in his sleep. He opened his eyes to find a young woman resembling Tess, his friend. She greeted him with enthusiasm, inadvertently adding to his heaviness. "Time to meet Grandpa, Art. Don't fall back asleep," she exclaimed, bouncing on the bed. Doubting the appropriateness of an elven princess's behavior, he groaned and asked her to move. Tess giggled, mentioning that Grandpa revealed Art would stay in the kingdom. Her energy puzzled him as he struggled to wake up. After getting dressed and drying himself, Art descended the curved staircase. The butler opened the front door, revealing a waiting carriage with Grandpa Virian and Tess inside. The king and queen stood nearby, engaged in conversation with Virian, expressing their concerns about a human residing in the kingdom. Virian dismissed their worries and expressed his fondness for Art. Tess tried to clarify their relationship, but blushed and fell silent. Virian asserted his personal wish to guide Art and requested respect for his decision. A few minutes into their journey, Art turned to Grandpa Virian, inquiring about their destination and mentioning Virian's friend. Virian chuckled at the familiarity of being called Gramps and teased Art about his comfort. He kept the destination a surprise, giving Art a playful wink. Meanwhile, Tessia had dozed off, leaning her head on Art's shoulder. Virian expressed his concern for her well-being, mentioning her lonely upbringing as the only princess. He revealed that Tessia had been hurt by people who pretended to care about her. Art mentioned noticing her guardedness, and Virian expressed gratitude for Art's positive influence on Tessia, acknowledging the newfound joy and emotions she displayed. With a pat on Art's shoulder, Virian expressed his appreciation. The carriage glided to a smooth stop, and the driver courteously opened the door, signaling their arrival. "Hey, Tess," Art whispered, softly nudging her to wake her up. Tess gradually awakened, and together they stepped out of the carriage, greeted by the sight of a modest hut standing before them. Grandpa Virian confidently approached the door, pounding on it while calling out for the resident inside. As the door swung open, an elderly woman emerged, her hair resembling lightning strikes, and her eyes a captivating blend of colors. She glanced briefly at Virian before fixating her gaze on Arthur. Introducing her as Rinia Darkassan, Grandpa Virian praised her as a unique deviant among the elves. Rinia greeted them warmly, acknowledging Tessia's presence before extending her hand to Arthur, revealing herself as a diviner. Grandpa Virian, Tessia, Rinia, and Arthur found themselves gathered around a circular table with a jar of water placed at its center. Arthur's gaze fixated on the jar, his curiosity piqued. He mustered the courage to speak up, addressing Rinia. "Elder Rinia, I'm a bit confused about the role of a diviner. Gramps mentioned you could help me find out about my parents' well-being." One of Rinia's thin, white eyebrows arched in surprise. "Gramps, is it, Virian? You've certainly become lenient if you allow young ones like him to address you that way." Virian chuckled, flashing a grin at Arthur. Arthur followed Rinia's instructions. closing his eyes and envisioning his parents. When he opened his eyes, he saw the water in the jar swirling and forming a captivating spiral in midair. Within the spiraling image, he saw his parents sitting at a dining table in an unfamiliar setting. His mother appeared slightly pale but healthy, with a noticeable baby bump, while his father donned a beard and an unfamiliar uniform. Overwhelmed with emotion, Arthur leaned in, absorbing every detail, and a glimmer of hope sparked within him. Taking a deep breath, Arthur gathered his thoughts and concentrated. "Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad," he began in his mind. "It's me, Arthur. I'm alive and well, currently in the kingdom of Elenoir with the elves. A friend of mine, a diviner like Mom, helped me see you. I can't come home yet due to an illness, but I'm safe with the elves. Don't worry, I'll return eventually. Keep my whereabouts a secret. I love you both and miss you. Stay safe, Dad. Protect Mom and the baby. Mom, keep Dad out of trouble." By the time they arrived back at the castle, darkness had already fallen. A maid greeted them at the door, but before Art had the chance to retreat to his room, the king and queen approached him. The king addressed Art first. "Art, I apologize for my stubbornness earlier. You are now Elder Virian's first disciple, and you saved our daughter. Please consider this place your home. If I can provide any solace, treat me as your own mother," the queen added, holding Art's hands. Tess exclaimed with joy, hugging her parents, while Grandpa Virian nodded approvingly. "Brat! Training starts tomorrow, so sleep early," he exclaimed. Tess awaited Art outside his room, looking adorable in a white sundress and sun hat. Eagerly grabbing his hand, she led him through the captivating city of Zestier, attracting curious gazes as a human child held hands with the kingdom's princess. Art, accustomed to attention, remained unfazed by the stares. Exiting the armor shop, Art made way for someone when an elven child collided with his shoulder. "Ah, the human Elder Virian fancies," the child sneered. "I've heard about you. Ugh, human germs." Disgust etched his face. Younger than Tess, the noble-born child paraded with attendants and friends. After spending time with Tess, Art had nearly forgotten how immature and entitled some nobles could be. The child's practiced smile shifted towards Tess, offering his hand. "Princess, leave this human and join me instead," he insisted. Without giving him a second glance, Tess intertwined her arm with Art's and spoke dismissively. "Come on, Art, let's leave. I don't want to waste any more time on this arrogant noble." As they walked away, Art couldn't help but offer a sarcastic response. "Oh, forgive me, Your Highness. Your genius truly knows no bounds." Tess's laughter filled the air, unable to contain her amusement. "Well, Lord Genius of the Elves, we shall certainly give you the respect you deserve. Now if you'll excuse us." Art guided Tess away, but their departure was interrupted by a handkerchief sailing through the air, dropped by Faerith. He glared at them, while his entourage watched in stunned silence. Tess's narrowed eyes commanded Faerith to retract his challenge, reminding him of his place. Faerith complied, but redirected his taunting toward Art, daring him not to retreat. Smirking, Art met his gaze, unfazed by the provocation. With a reassuring nod to Tess, he accepted the challenge, ready to prove himself. Art suppressed the desire to cause a scene as a visitor, but his longing for a fight grew. Faerith, the arrogant noble, requested Tess to begin the duel. With a surge of mana, Art swiftly incapacitated Faerith, leaving onlookers stunned. Tess pulled Art away, their victory evident. Gramps wore an amused expression as he heard the story upon their return to the castle. "So you just sent the poor lad flying?" he chuckled. "Basically," Art grinned in response. "I wish I had witnessed that," Gramps mused. Tessia scolded. "Grandpa, you're partly to blame for this." "How could I have known he'd end up in a fight on his first trip to town?" he laughed. Art felt a hint of disappointment as he realized the shock wasn't due to his fighting skills, but for breaking duel customs. Despite that, he enjoyed his time outside. For the next 3 years, he followed a routine, meditating with Grandpa Virian in the morning, spending time with Tessia in the afternoon, and training alone at night. He occasionally sent messages to his parents, expressing his longing for them. "Hey, Art! Hurry up! We're going to be late!" called Tess. "Tess, stop!" he cried. I give! Finally, Tess released him from the leg lock, allowing him to regain his freedom. Isn't there a gentler way of waking me up, Tess? He grumbled, rubbing his leg to restore the feeling. It's getting harder and harder to wake you up in the morning. I have to do something, right? Besides, you should be grateful to have such a pretty lady waking you up every morning, she teased, batting her eyelashes. I find the maids here plenty pretty, thank you very much, he muttered quietly. Tess playfully pinched him, her reaction indicating that she had heard his muttered remark. He couldn't help but reminisce about the shy and sweet girl she used to be. In the 3 years they had spent in El Noir, he had witnessed her early awakening as a mage, an event that had changed her demeanor. Since then, her confidence had grown, but not always in positive ways, as evidenced by the destructive aftermath of her awakening. She understood his physical strength and had no hesitation about using him as her practice dummy while learning new spells from Grandpa Virion. Despite his complaints, she seemed oblivious to his pain. Today was a special day for Art, as he had finally completed the assimilation of mana into his body after over 3 years. With Tess turning 9 and his birthday approaching, the ceremony marked the final step of a beast tamer's assimilation. Gramps addressed Art, seeking confirmation. Are you prepared, Art? Today is the long-awaited day when you will become a true beast tamer, not just one of those fortunate adventurers with a beast will. With a determined nod, Art acknowledged his readiness, while Tess took her place at the nearby table, eagerly observing. The ceremony itself was straightforward. Gramps would channel a substantial amount of mana into Art's core, triggering a surge that Art would need to direct and disperse throughout his entire body. Gramps spoke with a serious expression, affirming Art's understanding. Indeed, he replied, the progression of phases in beast tamers reflects their ability to harness their beast's will. The strength of the beast plays a significant role, and without insight, advancing beyond the first stage is impossible. It's important to note that the integrate stage doesn't always surpass the acquire phase in terms of power. Acquire focuses on utilizing specific inherent abilities, while integrate represents an overall enhancement using the beast's will. Gramps reviewed the material that Art had diligently studied, emphasizing its significance. Very well, let us commence the ceremony, he responded, bringing his hands together with determination. They stood face to face, their proximity intimate. Tess leaned forward, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Allow the mana to flow freely, he instructed, emphasizing relaxation. As he infused Art's core with his own mana, a surge of warmth enveloped his body. Suddenly, an explosive sound disrupted the ritual, sending Gramps and Tess reeling. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Art succumbed to darkness, only to awaken later in his bed, the ceremony complete. He sat up, feeling surprisingly refreshed. At his side, Tess lay with her head resting on his legs, peacefully asleep. The sight reminded him of the time he had rescued her from the clutches of the slave traders and escorted her back home. After a few minutes, Grandpa entered the room and took a seat on the other side of the bed, choosing not to disturb his slumbering granddaughter. How are you feeling, brat? His lips formed a half grin. You took quite a tumble, Gramps. Even Tess got knocked down. He chuckled, slightly embarrassed. I wasn't expecting that, Force. I know you have your reasons, but tell me, what kind of beast shared its will with you? Memories of Sylvia flashed in Art's mind. Taking a deep breath, he decided to trust Virion. It was a dragon. The room fell into a heavy silence as Virion's face displayed a mix of shock and amazement. He muttered to himself, uttering fragments of disbelief. Suddenly, he burst into wild laughter, exclaiming about the birth of a dragon tamer. His laughter startled Tess awake, and he quickly composed himself, advising me to keep my power a secret. We have 4 months, Arthur, Virion stated. Focus on training your mana core instead of relying on your dragon's will. Avoid using it unless necessary. Concealing your power is vital for now. I nodded, understanding the importance of discretion. Art hopped back into bed, feeling too lazy to start his day just yet. I'll just lie down for a little while first, then take a shower, Art muttered aloud. He was distracted by a rustling sound, realizing it didn't belong to the wind. Suddenly, a crack broke the silence. Art sat up, scanning the room for the source. More crackling noises filled the air. His gaze fell upon his robe, lying on the chair. Q! Q! The peculiar sounds from his robe puzzled him. Another sharp crack resonated, causing him to tense. "Q!" Art exclaimed. "The stone!" His breath caught in his chest as he fell back onto his butt, staring at the remnants of the rainbow-colored gem. "Holy shit!" he exclaimed. The stone had transformed into an egg, and now it held a creature that defied description. It resembled a black kitten with scales, featuring black sclera, fiery red irises, and sharp-slitted pupils. The creature looked up at Art, and he heard a voice in his head saying, "Mama?" Thinking it was telepathy, Art responded, "I'm your mother, but call me Papa." The creature licked his nose and he named it Sylvie. The piercing scream startled Art awake, prompting him to leap out of bed with his pillow as a makeshift weapon. The source of the noise turned out to be Tess, who tightly held the squirming Sylvie in her arms. Exhausted, Art collapsed back onto the bed. Muffled by his pillow, he advised Tess to release Sylvie, explaining that she had hatched the previous day. "It's too early in the morning," he grumbled. Descending the stairs, Art greeted the bewildered maids, their gazes fixated on his head. Worried for their safety, he hastened his pace and called out to his grandfather, "Gramps, we're here!" Grandpa Virian turned, his smile fading as he noticed the horned black lump on Art's head. Stuttering, he asked, "What is that?" His eyes remained fixed on Art's head. I think she's like a dragon, but I'm not sure," Art explained. Sylvie expressed her caution towards Virian through their mental link. Tess burst into the courtyard, excitedly asking to hold the dragon. Sylvie growled at Tess, digging her claws into Art's scalp. Confused, Virian asked how Art obtained and hatched the dragon. With that settled, Art placed Sylvie on the ground beside him and prepared for the morning's training. Grandpa Virian explained, "One of the reasons it took me so long to break into the second phase is that I am a forged tamer. You, Arthur, are an extremely rare legacy tamer, with your beast voluntarily imparting its will." Virian's eyes locked onto Art's, pausing to let the significance sink in. He continued, "My first phase enhances my stealth, blending me into the shadows. But you haven't witnessed my second phase yet. Observe closely. It took me over 10 years to achieve this breakthrough." Art flinched as a powerful surge of mana enveloped Virian, and his eyes widened in astonishment as the mana receded back into his body. His grandpa's complexion turned pitch black, eyes becoming completely black with narrow, cat-like slits for pupils, and irises emitting a bright, glowing yellow. Unbound white hair transformed into lustrous black. The eerie aura made Art step back. "This is the integrate phase," growled Virian with a raspier voice. As Virian disappeared from sight, Art felt his presence vanish completely, unable to sense him even when he pressed his finger against Art's jugular. Art lifted his hands in acceptance, submitting to the power and skill of Virian. Then, just like that, the 4 months, once so far away, had passed. Dressed in a simple olive-green long-sleeve tunic and black pants, with the feather wrapped around his forearm, Arthur emerged from his room. Grandpa Virian and Tessia awaited him outside. "Arthur, take care," Virian said. "We'll find some way to contact you and stay in touch." He handed Arthur a small oval compass made of silver. "Take this with you to navigate through the forest of Elshire if you're ever in the area, or maybe you can find another princess to lead you back," he added with a wink. Tessia yelled and smacked her grandfather. "Ouch! It was a joke, little one," Virian yelped, rubbing his side. "As the heads of state, Alduin and Muriel will attend the tournament, but Tess and I won't be going. This will be the last time we'll see each other for a while. Until next time, Arthur." Virian embraced Arthur tightly, nearly dislodging Sylvie from his head. "I'll miss you, Art," Tess sniffled, tears lining her eyes. "Be sure to visit again. Don't go chasing after human girls, okay? Promise me, okay?" Arthur hugged his dear friend and patted her head. "We'll see each other soon. And you'd better be stronger than me next time we meet, Tess. With Grandpa teaching you, you'll have no excuse." Tess nodded feebly, unable or unwilling to speak past the sniffling. Arthur waved goodbye, then followed behind Muriel and Alduin, both offering him sympathetic smiles. Art entered the carriage with the elf representatives, while the king and queen were escorted into a separate carriage. An elf boy in a highly decorated purple robe sneered at Art. "Well, look who it is. If it isn't the human thug. Did the royal family finally kick you out of the kingdom?" "I'm sorry. Do I know you?" Art responded, feeling a sense of familiarity but unable to place the elf's face. Meanwhile, Sylvie growled and directed her horns toward him. The elf boy jumped up angrily and pointed an accusing finger. "I'm the noble you mercilessly attacked in defiance of the customs of the duel." "It's you," Art exclaimed, realizing their past encounter, a bit louder than intended. "How dare you!" The elf's face turned bright pink with anger. "You may have cheated when we were children, but if we were to duel again, I would easily defeat you." "Ah, sorry, but I can't recall your name," Art said, extending his hand. With his face still red, the elf rejected the handshake and declared with pomp, "I am Faerith Ivsar III, descendant of the noble Ivsar family." A young elf girl, a few years older than Faerith, interjected, "You can just call him Feifei like we do." "Don't tell him that." Feifei's face flushed an even deeper shade of red as he averted his gaze and took a seat. Taking a seat next to Feifei, Art offered a sympathetic pat on the back, but Feifei angrily swatted his hand away. The carriage passed through the teleportation gate, and Art experienced the familiar sensation of the world being pulled away from them. "We have arrived in Xyrus," the driver announced. Art took a quick peek outside and observed a throng of people surrounding them, all politely clapping at their entrance. The tournament aimed to improve the strained relationship between humans and elves across the continent, fostering unity and shared learning. It was a momentous endeavor undertaken by the leaders of nations, with the hope of transforming interspecies relations. However, it also carried the weight of potential conflicts and hostility. After navigating through the crowd, the driver brought the carriage to a halt in a narrow space between two buildings, signaling to Art that it was the opportune moment to discreetly disembark. After an hour of searching, Art finally found the grand manor where his family resided. "We're home, Sylv. Finally," he whispered, his voice trembling. Sylvie, perched on his shoulder, emitted a questioning sound. Art straightened his clothes, ascended the stairs cautiously, and took a deep breath before knocking on the massive double doors. The doors swung open, revealing a maid and a timid girl who hid behind her. Art cleared his throat, standing tall and composed. "Hello, my name is Arthur Leywin. I believe my family is currently residing in this manor. May I speak to them?" With a slight bow, Sylvie perched on his head, swaying slightly. The maid appeared bewildered, but before she could respond, a familiar voice called out from the background. "Eleanor Leywin, there you are! You have got to stop running to the front door every time someone—" Arthur's mother halted abruptly, dropping a small bowl of food intended for his sister. His gaze shifted to the girl with enchanting brown eyes, gazing at him with innocent curiosity. Her lustrous ash-brown hair was neatly tied into pigtails, just above her ears, a feature inherited from their shared parent. Art struggled to tear his eyes away from his little sister and faced his mother. His vision blurred with tears as he uttered the words she longed to hear. "Hi, Mom. I'm home." With a small, awkward wave, he anxiously awaited her response. To his relief, she rushed toward him, dropping to her knees and wrapping her arms around his waist. Gripping him tightly, she sobbed with joy, relieved that he was alive and back home at last. Eleanor joined them, patting their mother's back and attempting to console her. "Mama, there. Don't cry," she said, but her own tears soon joined theirs. Suddenly, a voice called out, breaking through their emotional moment. "Arthur!" Art turned his head, tears still streaming down his face, and saw his father sprinting towards them, his body glistening with sweat. The news of Art's return must have reached him. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees, enveloping them all in a tight embrace, their collective weight threatening to topple them over. Eventually, they settled down. Art's mother pulled him to sit beside her on the couch, holding his hands tightly. Tears welled up as she smiled at him, stroking his hair and planting a soft kiss on his head. Art's father watched with a mixture of intrigue and warmth, his gaze alternating between Art and Sylvie. He kept shaking his head in amazement at how much Art had grown. Art's sister, Eleanor, observed Sylvie curiously, tilting her head in confusion as she tried to say, "Brudder?" Ray posed the question to Art, expressing his disbelief and devastation after that incident, and inquired about Art's survival after the fall. Art took his time to recount the events, revealing how he had instinctively protected himself with mana and landed in a stream with the help of branches. He mentioned his encounter with Tess, her kidnapping, and the subsequent refuge in her kingdom. When asked about his delayed return due to illness, Art reassured his mother, explaining the mana core instability and the slow but non-life-threatening recovery under the guidance of an elder. Art inquired about their lives after the separation. Ray and Art's mother provided updates, and Art noticed his mother's physical changes while Ray appeared healthier and more rustic. Art turned to his father and asked, "Dad, what color is your mana core now?" Sylvie settled on top of his head, content. Ray's face lit up with confidence as he replied, "Your old man broke through the light red stage a few years back. I'm a dark orange mage now." Art raised his eyebrows, impressed. He admitted, "Light red," with a sheepish grin. Ray leaned closer and playfully said, "I bet you only asked me that so you could brag yourself. Let's hear it. What stage are you at now?" Art scratched his cheek and mumbled, "Light red." "Holy shit!" Ray exclaimed, caught off guard by the revelation. Eleanor joined in, laughing at her father's reaction. "Honey, what did I say about cursing in front of Ellie?" my mother scolded, shielding my sister's ears. Sorry, Ellie, don't listen to what your papa just said." Ray quickly apologized before turning his attention back to Art. "My son, still the same genius he always was. Come on, let's have a quick spar." Ray grinned mischievously, clasping Art's shoulders. As they prepared to move to the backyard, the sound of the door opening caught their attention. Ray turned to see a thin, well-groomed man with glasses and neatly parted hair entering, accompanied by his wife and daughter. The man appeared flustered in his suit, clearly surprised by the news he had just heard. "Ray, I just heard your son was alive. What the hell is going on?" the man exclaimed, his voice filled with a mix of shock and excitement. "Vincent, everyone, I would like you to meet my son, Arthur. He's back, Vince," Ray introduced, placing his arm around Vincent's shoulder. "Arthur, this is Vincent Helsty, an old friend and the person I now work for. This is his house, so introduce yourself before we start wrecking it," Ray said with a wide grin, indicating the friendly atmosphere. Bowing deeply, Arthur introduced himself to Mr. Helsta. "I'm Arthur Leywin. My family didn't know I survived, but thank you for taking care of them," he expressed gratefully. Mr. Helsta, adjusting his glasses, responded, relieved. "It's no problem. I'm glad you're alive." He introduced his wife, Tabitha, and daughter, Lilia. Arthur greeted them with a bow, and Sylvie joined in with a cheerful, "Q." Tabitha smiled kindly and encouraged Lilia to say hello. Lilia pointed at Sylvie, asking, "What's that? It's so cute." Vincent turned his attention away from Sylvie and questioned Ray about his remark. "What did you mean by wrecking my house?" he asked, still in disbelief. Ray chuckled and explained, "We were heading to the backyard. Arthur and I were planning to spar. Care to join?" Vincent sputtered in disbelief. "Are you serious? Your son just returned and you want to fight him? Besides, he can't be older than 8. Why would you want to spar with him?" Ray, filled with pride, responded, "Don't underestimate my son's abilities. He's already a light red stage augmenter." Vincent shook his head, finding it hard to believe. "That's absurd, Ray. 8-year-olds rarely surpass the dark red stage, even the prodigious ones at Xyrus Academy." "I'm ready," Arthur smiled confidently. "Watch yourself, Art. I may be at a higher stage than you despite your light red status," his father warned, fists clenched and a smirk on his face. Arthur glanced at Vincent, who continued to shake his head in disbelief. "Let's go," his father taunted, taking up an offensive stance. It was time to put his training with Grandpa Virion to the test. The manifestation of mana in the early stages varied for augmenters and conjurers, with conjurers showing affinity for specific elements, while augmenters displayed proficiency with certain elemental attributes in their attacks. Art's body, enhanced by assimilation, now exhibited a heightened responsiveness to mana. Catching his father off guard, he closed the distance in an instant, his fist ready to strike. Vincent's murmured words and the gasps from the onlookers reached Art's ears, their astonishment evident. Reacting swiftly, his father's mana flowed throughout his body, preparing for the impending clash. Art feigned a punch, swiftly twisting his torso and launching a high kick. Yet his father's left arm intercepted the attack, blocking the blow. Surprised by the kick's force, his father's arm recoiled, momentarily leaving his defense vulnerable. However, before Art could capitalize on the opening, his father capitalized on the momentum, swiftly striking at Art's body with a chop from his right hand. It became evident that Art was at a disadvantage, but his past experiences in combat allowed him to counter his father's attacks. He absorbed the impact of the chop, using it to create an opening. Seizing the opportunity, Art grabbed his father's arm and delivered a powerful kick to his knee, causing him to lose balance and fall. However, his father quickly regained his footing, prompting Art to create distance between them. Both of them realized they had been holding back, and now it was time to unleash their true abilities. Art's father's fists became engulfed in fiery scarlet gloves, indicating his novice-level control over the fire element. Art had known for a long time that his father possessed the affinity for fire magic. After years of being limited by family responsibilities, his father had finally made a breakthrough and reached the orange stage in his mastery of fire. This accomplishment meant that he had become an elemental augmenter, solidifying his status as a skilled practitioner of fire magic. Art couldn't help but feel proud of his father's progress, but he was determined to show his own abilities. With a proud grin, Art prepared himself for the upcoming challenge. Now it's my turn to impress Dad. In the world Art originated from, elemental augmenters were aligned with different sects, each specializing in earth, fire, water, or wind techniques unique to their respective elements. Having risen to the position of king in his former realm, Art had honed his skills in all four practices, making him a formidable quadra-elemental mage if such a concept existed in this new world. While he had his preferences, favoring fire and water, his abilities in earth and wind were comparatively weaker. It was his mastery of the contrasting forces of water and fire that had instilled fear in his adversaries on the battlefield. Despite his relatively weak control over lightning, Art still managed to astonish his father. He enveloped his body with a protective layer of crackling electrical energy, causing arcs to emanate from his skin and shocking his father when he attempted to grab him. While Art's father had always recognized his genius, the revelation that Art possessed deviant abilities didn't surprise him greatly. However, the audience had varied reactions. Art's sister appeared fascinated but unaware of the anomaly, while Vincent and Tabitha wore pale, wide-eyed expressions. Art's mother covered her mouth in shock, and even young Lilia sensed that what Art had done was far from ordinary. Anticipating their astonishment, Art threw out his arms weakly and exclaimed, "Surprise!" Vincent stammered, Deviant, while Tabitha sighed in astonishment. Ray, curious rather than shocked, asked Art about his newfound trick. Art admitted his recent acquisition and limited control. They returned inside and gathered around the dining table. Vincent expressed his excitement at Art's potential. Ray found it unbelievable, considering Art's early awakening and deviant status. Tabitha was shocked to learn Art awakened at 3. Alice nodded in agreement about the house explosion. Ray and Vincent sighed in exasperation. Vincent suggested enrolling Art in Xyrus Academy, but Ray and Alice had doubts. Vincent offered to help with enrollment, but Alice worried about the expensive fees. Arthur requested time with his family before deciding. Vincent apologized, and Arthur thanked the Helsty family, surprised by their acceptance of his maturity. Art's parents led him to his new room, which was larger and adorned with cozy decorations. As Art settled Sylvie on the bed, his parents sat beside him. "We'll go shopping tomorrow for clothes," his mother said, stroking his hair. Squatting down, Art's father grasped his arm and spoke earnestly. "Arthur, you will always be my son, and I'm proud of you regardless of any circumstances." His face carried a serious expression. "Get some rest now," she said, closing the door behind her. "We'll go shopping with your sister tomorrow. It'll be a great chance for you to bond." Exhausted, Art didn't even have the energy to wash up. He simply plopped into bed, disturbing the slumbering Sylvie, who whined before falling back asleep. It had been a long but fulfilling day, and a content smile adorned Art's face as he followed Sylvie into a deep and comforting sleep. Art awoke to his baby dragon Sylvie licking his face energetically. He quickly showered, dragging a reluctant Sylvie with him. After they both emerged clean, Sylvie flopped onto his bed, exhausted. Art thought of his friend Tess and how he missed her unconventional wake-up methods. As he dressed, there was a knock on his door, prompting him to respond hastily, shirt still over his head. When the door opened, A shy Eleanor stood before Art, her gaze fixed on the ground. Art greeted her with a gentle smile, squatted down to her level, and asked her to lead him to the kitchen, which she did with excitement. The carriage awaited them outside, and Tabitha urged them to leave the dishes and go. Xyrus City mesmerized Art as they traversed the main road, lined with shops catering to mages' needs. They explored the fashion district instead of the armory, leaving Art yearning for a sword. Laden with bags, they returned home before his father. Exhausted, Art complained about the tiring shopping experience. Vincent and Tabitha joined them at the dining table, responding to Arthur's groans. Vincent teased Arthur about getting beaten up by women. Amid smirks and giggles, Arthur acknowledged the endurance of female shoppers. Interrupting their banter, Vincent welcomed an elderly woman into the room. Ray, Alice, and Arthur had expressed their desire to delay the decision about school, but Vincent couldn't contain his excitement. He introduced Cynthia Goodsky, the director of Xyrus Academy, to the family. Seeing a hint of annoyance on Arthur's face, Vincent quickly reassured him that the purpose of the meeting was simply an introduction. The director greeted Arthur with a cryptic smile and extended her hand, saying, "Nice to finally meet you, Arthur." Xyrus Academy held an esteemed status as the ultimate haven for aspiring mages, blessed with both privileged backgrounds and exceptional talents. It towered above the second-rate schools scattered throughout the kingdom of Sapin, establishing an insurmountable gap. Graduates of Xyrus Academy were guaranteed a prosperous future, with possibilities ranging from becoming respected guards, instructors, or even military leaders serving the king himself. Alternatively, some chose a more modest path, focusing on research and joining mage guilds. Regardless, students of Xyrus Academy were hailed as the elite, surpassing even the nobles in reputation. Standing before the Academy's director, Art couldn't conceal his annoyance at the unexpected guest, despite the director's influential presence. She stood tall, her poised demeanor making her appear even taller. Adorned in a navy blue robe with golden threads and wearing a conjurer's hat, she exuded power and elegance. With a valuable wand by her side, she possessed a fae-like aura. Art shook her hand, greeting, "Nice to meet you too, Director." The director appeared surprised by Art's behavior. Art's mother quickly apologized, explaining that he had just returned home and was unfamiliar with formal customs. She bowed and shook the director's hand, and Art imitated her actions. The director reassured them, laughing politely and introducing herself as Cynthia. She apologized for the late hour and explained her limited availability. Art's father expressed gratitude for her visit. Observing the adult's formality, Art began to question if this granny was someone akin to Grandpa Virion. The director, Cynthia, acknowledged the statement with a nod. "Rarely do I make home visits, but Vincent's recommendation and the mention of a prodigy intrigued me," she explained. Art's mother promptly guided them to the patio for a demonstration. As they walked, Art's unfinished sentence was abruptly halted by a slap from his mother. Sylvie, his dragon companion, cautiously followed them. Director Cynthia's eyebrow raised in curiosity upon noticing the dragon, adding an extra layer of intrigue to the encounter. The director, Cynthia, gazed in awe at the exquisite mana beast before her. Kneeling down, she observed Sylvie with great interest. "Is Sylvie your contracted beast, Arthur?" she inquired, her voice filled with curiosity. Art responded with a nod, introducing Sylvie as the creature that had hatched a few months ago. Despite the grip on his shirt by his mother, Art shared the remarkable story of Sylvie's origins, a wounded, wolf-like creature protecting her egg in a nest he had stumbled upon. Cynthia expressed astonishment at encountering such a unique mana beast. In the backyard, everyone settled into their seats, creating ample space for the upcoming demonstration. Sylvie wriggled in my little sister's grasp, eager to break free. Art questioned Director Cynthia, "Won't you be using your wand?" She replied, "It wouldn't be fair for me to rely on a weapon when you're unarmed." Art stomped his right foot, causing a massive stone to rise from the ground. He stood casually, hands in his pockets, and kicked the boulder towards Director Cynthia. Instantly, a wind wall materialized, launching the rock skyward. Impressed by her swift and non-verbal spellcasting, Art whistled in admiration. It was clear that Director Cynthia was an active and formidable mage, not confined to a desk. His brows arched in surprise as he noticed the director's startled reaction to the sudden attack he had launched. Despite being aware of his status as an augmenter, she seemed unprepared for the elemental assault he unleashed upon her. With a determined focus, Art channeled his power, summoning a gust of wind beneath his feet that propelled him towards the director. Her expression grew even more astonished as he effortlessly leaped 10 feet into the air, aided by his wind attribute skill. A swirling whirlwind enveloped his right fist, ready to strike. Pushing off the deflected boulder, he aimed to break through the director's barrier, driven by the momentum he had gained. Their spells collided, creating a turbulent wind current that sent the audience ducking for cover. The impact pushed Art backward, while Director Cynthia stood firm. In a swift response, she conjured 4 powerful twisters, launching them toward Art. Undeterred, he tapped into his wind attribute mana, summoning a protective cyclone that spun in opposition to the director's attack. As the twisters clashed with Art's cyclone, a small crater formed, but he remained unscathed, his defenses holding firm against the formidable onslaught. "Vincent's praise wasn't unfounded," Cynthia remarked, her voice tinged with admiration. The impact of her sound-based attack had left Art reeling, his senses disoriented. As he regained his composure, he met the director's gaze, finding a mixture of surprise and approval in her eyes. Despite his spinning thoughts, Art recognized the impending defeat as the swirling sphere of wind formed in Cynthia's hand. Swallowing his pride, he humbly took a seat on the ground, conceding the match. Rubbing his temples, he acknowledged, "I suppose that suffices for a demonstration, Director." Cynthia's gaze lingered on him, a newfound curiosity evident in her eyes, prolonging the silence between them. A decisive expression crossed Cynthia's face as she approached Art, but her movement halted when his father's voice rang out. "Arthur, you can use earth and wind attribute spells too?" he exclaimed. Director Cynthia's composed demeanor shifted to one of confusion. Intrigued, she interjected, "What do you mean, too?" Art's mother stepped in to clarify the situation for the bewildered father. Our son, we thought he was a fire elemental. He's a deviant as well. He can use lightning magic." Art could see Director Cynthia's breath catch, her face truly shocked for the first time. "Surely you jest. You mean to say he can control 3 elements?" she exclaimed. Art interrupted. 4, actually. I can control all 4. The silence was punctuated by chirping crickets. Art grew tired of the shocked expressions but was determined to embrace his abilities. Director Goodsky's resolute voice pierced through the confusion on everyone's faces, but Art's parents' words remained inaudible due to the director's silent barrier. Meeting her gaze with a serious expression, Art made a heartfelt promise. "I will learn from your school, harness my powers, and protect my loved ones, as long as you provide the necessary tools and ensure their safety." Director Goodsky smiled, and as the silence dissipated, her wink conveyed a sense of intrigue and mutual understanding. Clarifying for the puzzled onlookers, Art raised his voice. "I will honor our agreement and enroll in Xyrus Academy, but not until I reach the appropriate age for admission. I intend to join on my 12th birthday, a common starting age. Is that acceptable?" Director Goodsky wore a surprised expression, mirrored by the other adults. 3 years from now? What are your plans during that time, Arthur?" Anticipating the director's reluctance, Art shifted his attention to his parents, knowing their decision would determine his course of action. Gazing up at the starry night sky, Art marveled at the beauty of this new world, so different from his previous home. The absence of artificial lights allowed the stars to shine brightly. Returning his attention to his family, he spoke with determination. "I've decided to become an adventurer," he declared, his voice filled with a sense of purpose. "No, absolutely not," Art's mother protested vehemently, her eyes welling up with tears. "Do you know how dangerous it is to become an adventurer? After everything we've been through, I won't allow you to put yourself in harm's way." Ellie, Art's younger sister, clung to their mother, her eyes wide with worry. Director Goodsky had left, leaving them to have a family discussion. Art's father, torn between concern and understanding his son's desires, remained silent, awaiting a resolution. His father broke his silence and appealed. "Let's give Art a chance to explain, dear. We should at least listen to his reasons." His mother, overwhelmed with emotions, shouted in response, still shaken by past events. Seeking guidance, Art turned to his father, who comforted his distraught wife. After what seemed like an eternity, she regained composure. Art held his mother's hands gently, assuring her that he wasn't leaving immediately and expressing his desire to spend quality time with the family in the coming months. She remained silent, her expression softening slightly as Art offered a warm smile. Holding his mother's hands, Art shared his perspective. "I believe becoming an adventurer would provide valuable experience and fill the gaps in my knowledge," Art explained. "But I understand your concerns, Mom. Dad, what if I had a trusted guardian or mentor to accompany me? Someone who could ensure my safety and guide me through my journey?" The room fell silent as they contemplated this proposition, searching for a solution that would satisfy both Art's thirst for adventure and their concerns for his well-being. "That's actually not a bad idea," pondered Art's father, considering potential candidates. Art assured his mother that he wouldn't embark on long or dangerous journeys, calming her worries. Ellie looked crestfallen at the thought of Art leaving. "Why do you want to become an adventurer before starting school? Isn't it usually the other way around?" Art's mother asked, her voice softening. "Dad's reason is part of it. I want to test my skills in real-life situations. And Mom, I want to have a chance to fit in at school. Starting at 8 would make it harder to make friends with such a big age difference," Art explained, hoping for understanding. His mother's expression softened, showing a glimmer of comprehension. "Besides," Art added, "I'll be here for a few months anyway. Maybe you'll get sick of me by then and kick me out before I even leave." He winked playfully. She lightly thumped his head but chuckled. "You're just like your father sometimes. Thank goodness you have my intelligence." Pulling him into a warm hug, Art felt an unfamiliar warmth filling his heart. The following day, a rest day for Art's father, breakfast became the backdrop for discussing Art's future. Vincent, mouth full of omelet, probed for a decision. Tabitha playfully scolded her husband's manners, doubting his nobility. Art's mother shared an embarrassing dining mishap of her own. Art's father blushed and unveiled their conditions. Art could pursue adventuring after his birthday, accompanied by a guard. Confident in Art's abilities, they stressed his frequent visits. Laughter and contemplation filled the air as the family savored their meal. Vince chuckled at the idea of an 8-year-old protecting an experienced adventurer. Inquiring about the guard, he glanced at Art's mother, who admitted their search among Helsty auction house guards had been fruitless. Suddenly, Art's father sprang up, prompting Art to choke on his food. Excitement lit his father's eyes as he revealed his revelation. The twin horns, returning in 2 months, could look after Art. Art's mother acknowledged her husband's rare good idea. Art confirmed his familiarity with the twin horns, eagerly accepting the plan. However, he wondered if they knew of his return. His father confessed he hadn't informed them yet, but planned to do so that day. Resuming their meal, Art's father relished the roast beef, while thoughts of upcoming adventures filled their minds. After breakfast, Art's father made his way to the guild hall to send a message to his former party members, while his mother and Tabitha embarked on a shopping trip with Ellie and Lilia in tow. They invited Art to join them, but he politely declined their offer, unwilling to endure what they considered a pastime. Instead, he washed up and headed towards the right wing of the manor where Vincent's office was located. He knocked on the door, and Vincent welcomed him inside with a curious expression. "Ah, come in. What brings you to my office, Arthur?" Vincent inquired. "Ah, yes," Art replied, glancing at the stacks of documents strewn across the floor and desk. "There is a certain matter I wish to discuss with you today, which is why I've come to visit." Vincent questioned if Art, at a mere 8 years old, was truly capable of this request. The seriousness in Art's voice sent shivers down Vincent's spine, leaving him unnerved. "What is it?" Vincent inquired, his expression growing more serious. Art calmly explained the need for a sturdy cloak or robe with a hood and a mask that could conceal the entire face while altering the voice. Vincent, as the owner of the Hellstay auction house, knew he could procure these items, but an unexplained weight filled the room, leaving him with a sense of unease. Vincent pondered the enigma before him. How could an 8-year-old child exude an aura reminiscent of the esteemed king of Sapin? The room's atmosphere felt weightier than his encounters with royalty. Art seemed to be requesting a favor, yet his gaze evaluated Vincent, as if deciding his fate. This unfamiliar side of Art intrigued Vincent, who hastened to offer assistance. "Acquiring those items won't be an issue. The mask may take time, but it'll be ready before your adventuring begins." Art's nod relieved Vincent, but his question about compensation ignited Vincent's curiosity. Beads of sweat formed above Vincent's brows as he reassured Art. "It's fine, really. Your father's training has greatly reduced problems during auctions." Vincent felt indebted to Ray for saving his life and providing happiness to his family. Art's mention of training sparked an idea, causing Vincent's curiosity to peak. Arthur's contemplative expression took hold, his unfocused gaze and furrowed brows portraying a depth of thought beyond his young years. Vincent marveled at this intellectual facade, finding it difficult to reconcile with Lilia's age. Suddenly, Arthur nonchalantly suggested training Lilia to become a mage, as if it were a casual remark about the weather. Art focused on his mana core, but a sudden bout of inexplicable sneezes distracted him, fueling impatience with his training progress. The fight with Director Goodsky had exposed his inexperience and weakness, highlighting the foreign combat style of this world. Memories of his past life intruded, recalling the fateful night when the head caretaker of the orphanage, his surrogate mother, was fatally shot. Taken off the streets by Headmaster Wilbeck, she had nurtured and educated him, but her tragic demise fueled Art's relentless pursuit of strength. Petting her head, Art roused himself from his unpleasant memories. He cleansed himself, finding amusement in Sylvie's aversion to water. Having her as a companion brought solace, preventing him from dwelling on his thoughts for too long. The women returned from their shopping trip as Art finished dressing. He descended the stairs to greet them, where Vincent eagerly joined, his excitement evident. Vincent's disheveled appearance and red eyes puzzled Tabitha, prompting her to inquire about the cause of his fluster. Art and Vincent exchanged glances, realizing Art hadn't yet revealed the news to the group. Art's mother, sensing something amiss, eagerly awaited an explanation. Vincent and Art deliberated over the idea of initiating mana manipulation training for Ellie and Lilia, commencing on that very day, pending Lady Tabitha's approval. Tabitha displayed skepticism, questioning whether it was a prank. Art reassured her earnestly, explaining the possibility of Lilia becoming a mage despite their non-magical background. Tabitha expressed her surprise, stating her unfamiliarity with such training methods, believing magical talent should awaken naturally. Vincent's unwavering trust in Art contrasted with Tabitha's initial reservations, as the future prospects of their noble family weighed heavily on her mind in a society where mages held superior status. The Helsta parents acknowledged the plan, prompting Art to direct Lilia and Ellie to sit by the fireplace. "Find a comfortable position, back to back," he instructed, leading them to the living room. Lilia understood the purpose, displaying a determined expression, while Ellie remained unsure. As they settled down, Art positioned himself between them, drawing the attention of Tabitha, Vincent, and his mother. Instructing the girls to close their eyes and concentrate, Art watched as Lilia admitted not seeing anything, causing concern among the adults. However, Ellie excitedly exclaimed, "Brother, I think I see a small, pretty light." The next step in the process was unique to Art's abilities. He had to infuse the girls' bodies with mana from all 4 elemental attributes simultaneously. This would allow them to perceive the scattered specks of mana within themselves more clearly. As their mana was undeveloped, lacking a mana core, equal intensity of all 4 elements was necessary to awaken the dormant mana. Placing a hand on each girl's back, Art channeled his quadra elemental mana into them, evoking surprised yelps. Lilia exclaimed seeing the lights, while Ellie eagerly embraced the concept of connecting them as friends. Art maintained his position for over an hour, purposefully stimulating the dormant mana within their bodies until the specks became visible enough for manipulation and gathering. Finally, he withdrew his hands, instructing the girls to continue gathering the lights until they disappeared. The Helsty parents, visibly anxious, eagerly sought reassurance about Lilia's potential as a mage. With a confident smile, Art assured them that daily practice over the next few months would awaken their magical abilities. Tabitha's overwhelming gratitude led to a tight embrace, while Vincent shed tears of joy, his gaze fixed on his daughter. In the days that followed, Art dedicated his efforts to condensing his mana core and honing his elemental skills, as well as tapping into his dragon will powers. However, the progress felt agonizingly sluggish, leaving him feeling stagnant due to the absence of external challenges or stimuli. Just 2 weeks prior to his birthday and the anticipated beginning of his adventuring journey, Art was abruptly interrupted one afternoon by boisterous and disruptive knocks reverberating through the front door. In the downstairs living room, Art patiently awaited his father and Vince's readiness when a loud, incessant pounding disrupted the tranquility. Irritated by the persistent noise, he volunteered to answer the door, dismissing the need for maid's assistance. However, before he could utter a word, 2 foam pillows were abruptly pressed against his face, momentarily stifling him. A familiar voice exclaimed in relief, "You're alive! Look how much you've grown!" Overwhelmed with emotion, Angela, the owner of the voice, couldn't contain her gratitude for Art's survival, while someone else expressed concern for his breathing. "Eep, sorry," Angela squealed, releasing Art from the foam pillow trap. With a joyful smile, Art greeted his companions, expressing his delight at their reunion. Durden, his towering guardian angel, affectionately patted his head, their teary eyes mirroring the emotional reunion. Adam playfully smacked Art's backside, scolding him for the worry he had caused before expressing his happiness at seeing him again. Helen Shard, the charismatic and bow-wielding figure, complimented Art's appearance and playfully pinched his cheek, offering a sympathetic smile. However, it was Jasmine, usually cold and distant, who surprised Art by embracing him tightly and shedding silent tears. Art couldn't resist the temptation to pet her head, but she quickly withdrew, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Soon after, Vincent descended the stairs accompanied by Tabitha and Lilia. After exchanging introductions, it was decided that the twin horns would join them on their visit to the Helsty auction house for the 10th anniversary event. During the journey, Art filled them in on the events following his fall. Although his father had provided them with a summary in his letter, they were eager for the details. They were taken aback to discover Art's 4-year stay in the kingdom of Elenoir. However, the journey was brief, and Art couldn't finish recounting everything before their arrival. They arrived at the Helsty auction house ahead of schedule, finding only the workers and guards busily preparing for the event. Art couldn't help but be impressed by the immense effort Vincent had put into this endeavor. The sight of the auction house took his breath away. Calling it a mere house seemed inadequate as it soared above the neighboring structures. He suspected that conjurers had lent their aid, given its grand scale. Having visited numerous national and historical monuments designed by renowned architects, Art knew this was in a league of its own. The auction house resembled a magnificent theater, its half-cylindrical shape adorned with meticulously crafted stone sculptures depicting various weapons. The main entrance, towering over 12 feet tall, featured intricately carved petrified wood embellished with a series of simple yet elegant symbols, surpassing even the naturalistic and graceful designs he had encountered in the Elf Kingdom. The auction house buzzed with an atmosphere of merriment, filled with a multitude of smiling faces and lively conversations. As time passed, the lower seats gradually filled with more and more people, their presence indicative of their influential positions. Among the attendees, certain groups stood out, exuding an aura of sophistication and prominence. These distinguished individuals were personally escorted to their reserved booths by the attentive hosts, underscoring their elevated status within society. It was evident that they belonged to the privileged class of wealthy nobles, whose affluence and social standing granted them a place of distinction in the gathering. Time ticked by languidly until Vincent reappeared, guiding a group of unfamiliar individuals into the auction house. Leading the procession was an elderly man with a mane of deep red hair, tinged with strands of gray that lent him an air of wisdom. His commanding presence was enhanced by his straight-backed posture and piercing gaze, accentuated by his sharp, sword-like eyebrows. Adorned in a crimson robe lined with pristine white fur, he wielded a gleaming cane that outshone even the most lustrous silver. Following closely behind him was a woman, slightly older than my mother, whose countenance resembled a flawless ice sculpture, graceful, noble, and devoid of warmth. Her shimmering silvery white gown perfectly complemented her dark blue tresses, cascading over her shoulders like a meticulously crafted tapestry. Following the lady, whom Art presumed to be the man's wife, were 2 younger children who undoubtedly shared their lineage. The older boy, approximately 13 years old, mirrored his father's serious demeanor with his intense brown eyes, straight brows, and glossy mahogany hair. Despite this resemblance, he possessed a raw charm that set him apart. In contrast, the girl, around Art's age, possessed flawless porcelain skin, meticulously carved features, and penetrating dark brown eyes that belied her youthful appearance, giving her a doll-like allure. Shifting his gaze away from the girl before him, Art directed his attention to the guards trailing behind the striking family. King Blaine's voice broke the silence. "I wasn't aware we'd have additional guests, Vincent," he remarked, his tone carefully controlled. Art's mother and Tabitha, conversing near a window with Ellie cradled in her arms, promptly dropped to one knee in genuflection. Art followed suit, while Vincent maintained his cheerful chatter. "Apologies, Your Majesty. I assumed you wouldn't mind the company. Allow me to introduce my dear friends, Alice and Reynolds Leywin, along with their children, Art and Eleanor." It became clear that they were in the presence of Sapin's royal family, King Blaine, Queen Priscilla, and their children Curtis and Kathleen. The king's composed gaze softened into a practiced smile. "If they are your friends, Vincent, then they are ours as well," he declared. Queen Priscilla's laughter filled the air as she expressed her delight. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Having some company besides the guards will make the evening more enjoyable," she remarked, surprising Art with her warm demeanor. The king gestured for them to rise, assuring them, "No need for formality. We're all here for the auction." Sylvie peeked out from under Art's robe, her curious eyes surveying the new faces. "Coo?" she chirped, tilting her head inquisitively. Queen Priscilla's face brightened with joy upon seeing Sylvie, the adorable mana beast. She approached Art, drawing the attention of the king and the two children. The guards positioned themselves closer to the queen, ready to respond if necessary. Art informed the queen, "Sylvie hatched a few months ago, Your Majesty. Her name is Sylvie. Come out and say hello." Sylvie hopped out of Art's robe, cooing with excitement. The king knelt down to observe Sylvie closely, commenting on her obedience. Art shrugged, explaining their mutual connection. "What? You mean to say that you have formed an equal contract?" questioned one of the hooded guards positioned behind the children, causing everyone to turn their attention towards him. Art's heart skipped a beat, unsure if he had inadvertently revealed too much. "I believe so. Sylvie initiated the contract," he responded, attempting to divert the focus. Concerned about the significance of their contract, Art wondered if he had unknowingly disclosed sensitive information. The guard insisted on examining their bond, but the king intervened, firmly stating that it was not the appropriate time. With a hint of apology, the king turned to Art, momentarily struggling to recall his name. "Arthur Leywin," he finished for the king, giving a curt bow. King Blaine and Queen Priscilla responded with a small smile, acknowledging his introduction. However, their attention was soon diverted by the clear voice announcing the imminent start of the auction. Art settled into his seat, but a sudden chill ran down his spine, prompting him to look back. Sebastian, who had removed his hood, was fixated on Sylvie, nestled on Art's lap, his gaze intense and unwavering. "Ladies and gentlemen," declared the auctioneer with fervor, capturing the crowd's attention, "I am deeply honored to be standing before you today. It is evident that each and every one of you has gathered here for the sole purpose of securing rare and invaluable items from this auction." Enthusiastic applause echoed through the venue, resonating with excitement. "Now, I kindly request that you turn your attention to the esteemed figures present in the back room at the highest point. Please join me in welcoming the King and Queen of Sapin." As the auctioneer knelt, the audience followed suit, bowing respectfully in their seats. The monarchs in turn approached the window, gracefully waving their arms. Lastly, let us acknowledge the visionary behind this event. A round of applause for Vincent Helsty. Amidst the applause, Vincent stepped forward, joining the regal couple and reciprocating with a deep bow. Art remained seated, his gaze fixed on the bustling crowd below. Though they were of a supposedly higher class, he couldn't help but observe them with a mix of curiosity and detachment. No, he reminded himself, shaking off the thought. He was no longer a king, and his youth belied any claim to such authority. He shifted his attention to the king and queen, studying them intently. The king's stoic demeanor exuded a certain presence, but Art couldn't help but notice that his monocore seemed limited to the red stage. Shifting his gaze to the queen, Art's attention was drawn to something he had initially missed. A white wand was discreetly strapped to the back of her dress. Despite his attempt, he couldn't sense her mana, suggesting she either concealed it with an artifact or possessed a power level beyond his perception. Queen Priscilla noticed his observation and responded with a knowing smile, displaying her pristine teeth. Startled, Art quickly looked away, feeling his cheeks flush. He found it intriguing that, unlike before, he didn't experience any sexual attraction towards older women in this world. Of course, that didn't mean Art would pursue relationships with children his own age, such as Tess or Lilia, or even the aloof Cathillan, whom he likened to an ice princess. Despite their outward beauty, he couldn't ignore the fact that they were still mentally at a childlike level. Tess's evident attraction towards him didn't change his perspective. She remained a friend or a sister in his eyes. Perhaps when she grew older and more mature, he would reconsider his thoughts on the matter. A gentle grip tightened on Art's shoulder. "Arthur, there's a sword up for auction. Let me know if you want it. I'll handle the bidding," Vincent whispered. Art thanked him and focused on the large screen displaying the item. The sword, forged by a skilled fire artificer, possessed the core of a Thunderhawk mana beast. Electric currents could be summoned by infusing mana, enhancing its cutting power and inducing paralysis. The starting bid was 50 gold coins. Excitement filled the room as noble boys urged their parents to bid. Art hesitated, pondering the exorbitant price for a weapon he deemed inferior to his past life's blade. Vincent's attention shifted back and forth between Art and the weapon on display, hoping for Art's interest. Art shook his head, indicating his lack of desire for the coveted weapon. "Don't worry," Vincent whispered, leaning closer to Art. "Let me know when you find something you like. By the way, I managed to acquire the items you requested. They'll be brought to me after the event ends." Art perked up, turning to Vincent eagerly. "You found the voice-altering mask?" "It took longer than expected, but yes. I also secured a coat made from a nightmare fox," Vincent replied softly, winking at Art. In his exploration of the auction items, Art came across a variety of intriguing objects. Beast cores, mostly of B-class or lower, caught his attention, but their prices were exorbitant. Even a C-class core commanded around 50 gold, and the costs increased exponentially with each higher class. Art also encountered a few artifacts and cores, but none of them aligned with his desires. As he rose from his seat and stretched, Art's gaze fell upon the hooded guard, Sebastian, who had an unsettling glimmer in his eyes. Sebastian, a wiry figure beneath the hood, anxiously toyed with his metal staff, fixated on Sylvie, Art's bonded companion. Upon noticing Art's intense stare, Sebastian cleared his throat and straightened his robe, attempting to present a more imposing figure. With a smug grin, he locked eyes with Art, as if believing he possessed the authority to act according to his own desires. "This foolish plebeian has the audacity." It was unfortunate that Arthur couldn't find a suitable sword, but Vincent wasn't worried. They had plenty of swords in storage, and he was confident Arthur would find one to his liking. "Your Majesty, I hope you're enjoying your visit to our esteemed auction house," Vincent whispered respectfully. "This place is far from humble, Vincent. I'm amazed at how you managed to acquire an A-class beast core from a silvercoat bear. You've certainly built an impressive network. Let's hope the beast's will remains intact," the king exclaimed, clapping Vincent on the back with excitement. "Don't get your hopes up too high, dear. You know how rare it is," the queen responded softly. She then turned her attention back to Alice and Vincent's wife, engaging in a conversation about the children. His Majesty and Vincent had shifted their attention back to the main stage when a sudden and oppressive presence filled the room, causing Vincent's body to constrict in fear. Despite his desperate attempts to move and identify the source of this overwhelming bloodlust, his body refused to obey. Panic surged through Vincent's mind. How could this be happening in the most secure area of the building, with the presence of the king's guard and his own personal guard stationed at the room's entrance? His breathing became shallow as the intense pressure tightened its grip, causing cold sweat to trickle down his face. With great effort, Vincent managed to shift his gaze towards the guards, who, though able to move, seemed just as bewildered by the situation. Fear and confusion enveloped Vincent's thoughts. He had expected to live for much longer, yet now he found himself on the precipice of death, struggling against its icy grasp. What in the world is happening? Vincent wondered, his mind filled with uncertainty and a sense of impending doom. Art lost control. He quickly averted his gaze from Sebastian, who lay pale-faced and trembling on the floor, hoping that no one had noticed. His intention had only been to give Sebastian a small scare, not to terrify everyone in the room. Glancing around anxiously, Art let out a small sigh of relief when he saw that his mother and sister were unharmed. His sister was startled and in tears, but they had managed to stay far enough away to avoid direct impact. "Who's there? How dare you attempt to attack the royal family?" boomed the king, his authoritative voice reverberating through the room as he shielded his wife and children behind him. Queen Priscilla, gripping her wand tightly, murmured incantations, directing her frightened children and Art's mother and sister Ellie to safety, guarded by the royal entourage. Art swiftly called for reinforcements, and the guards sprang into action, scouring the vicinity for any sign of nearby assassins. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as panic and tension gripped the room. Art's mother held onto him and his sister protectively, while the guards moved with precision, weapons ready. Art's father briefly checked on them before joining the search party. Only after confirming the elimination of an intruder on the auction house roof did a sense of calm gradually settle over the room, easing the anxiety-stricken atmosphere. Art let out a sigh of relief, though his reasons differed from those around him. It wasn't relief that the danger had been averted. Instead, he felt grateful for the convenient scapegoat that had presented itself. "Thank you, intruder on the roof. Your sacrifice was not in vain," Art silently acknowledged. Sebastian, a hooded guard wielding a spear, faced criticism from his fellow guards for succumbing to intimidation. "Oi, Sebastian, how could a royal guard stumble over mere intimidation from an intruder? You'll meet an early demise at this rate," one of them taunted, attempting to appear tough. Sebastian growled defensively, refusing the extended hand of a comrade. "I slipped, that's all," he retorted. Although he regarded Art with suspicion for a brief moment, Sebastian chose to remain silent and turned away in disdain. The auctioneer's voice reverberated as the final item was unveiled, a small feline-like creature covered in a silky cloth. The crowd, still tense from the earlier threat, shifted their focus to the stage. With a dramatic flourish, the cloth was removed, revealing an infant world lion. The auctioneer extolled its potential, describing how it could evolve into a powerful mana beast. Excitement gripped the audience, and even King Glader showed keen interest. Art, unfamiliar with the beast glades, found himself captivated by the cub's allure. Sebastian made his way to the edge of the room, seeking a better look at the world lion cub. However, he emitted a dissatisfied snort and returned, his gaze once again fixated greedily on Sylvie. Art noted Sebastian's jealousy, but found it irritating, as it was clear that Sebastian harbored intentions of taking Sylvie away from him. Art's patience with Sebastian's persistent leering wore thin, and he vowed to address the issue soon. The auctioneer impatiently motioned for the crowd to settle down, wearing a smug grin as he regained their attention. Once the bidders begrudgingly returned to their seats, he announced the starting bid. "We'll start at 100 gold. Art, hailing from the modest outpost of Ashbur, was taken aback by the extravagant spending of the wealthy class. The bidding for the world lion surged quickly, surpassing 400 gold with no signs of stopping. Then, the king's booming voice intervened. 1,000 gold coins! The bidding war ceased, acknowledging the authority of their monarch. The auctioneer concluded the proceedings at 1,000 gold coins, equivalent to a prized white gold tablet. Vincent approached the king, extending his hand in congratulations. "No one seems willing to challenge you, King Glader," he remarked. Glancing down at the stage, the king's excitement was evident. "One white gold tablet seems more than fair," he responded. With a dry tone, Vincent replied, "Thank you for your consideration. So, what are your plans for the new royal pet? Will you keep it for yourself or gift it to your son?" "I'm inclined to give it to Curtis," the king casually replied, patting his son's head. "But it depends on his performance," he added, causing Curtis to display a mix of delight and worry. Queen Priscilla interjected. "Curtis, it seems you've been slacking off in your sword lessons." The 10th anniversary event concluded without further incident, and the guards escorted everyone downstairs. In the storage room behind the stage, workers loaded the king's purchased items onto the carriage. Vincent handed Art a package wrapped in black cloth, which he graciously accepted. Vincent expressed his gratitude for Art's assistance and mentioned the available swords in the back. The king, overhearing their conversation, asked if Art planned to take sword lessons. Art humbly acknowledged his interest, but admitted he could never match the king's son. He turned back to Vincent, eager to explore the swords on offer. Sebastian approached the king, requesting a private audience. King Glader cast an irritated glance in the conjurer's direction but leaned in to listen. Though the exact conversation eluded Art, the furrowed brows on the king's face hinted at his displeasure. After exchanging stern gazes, they strolled toward Art, their discussion now evident by Sebastian's unwavering focus on Art's bond rather than Art himself. Surprisingly, the king bypassed Art and turned to Art's father. With a distant look in his eyes, the king greeted him with a smile. "I apologize for not catching your name. You must be this young boy's father," he stated. Art's father, Reynolds Leywin, bowed respectfully and introduced himself. "Is there something amiss, Your Majesty?" he inquired. The king's smile persisted as he spoke warmly of Sebastian's long-standing service as a royal guard, emphasizing his invaluable contributions to the royal family. His voice maintained a relaxed demeanor as he spoke to Art's father, yet the condescension in his tone remained evident. "Considering the invaluable services he has rendered, it is only fitting to reward him," he said. "He has taken a liking to your son's bond. While I understand severing a contract is no simple matter, I am willing to engage a mage for the task. You will, of course, be duly compensated for any inconvenience caused." Caught off guard, Art's father stuttered, "Your Majesty, my son acquired his bond independently. I cannot speak on his behalf regarding its fate." The king pondered, his gaze meeting Art's unwavering stare. He noticed that Art had been steadfastly observing their conversation, unaffected by their condescension. "Boy, haven't you been taught to lower your gaze when addressing your superiors?" sneered Sebastian, slamming his staff on the ground. "Enough, Sebastian!" The king raised his hand, capturing everyone's attention. "Hello, young one." The king approached, standing within arm's reach of Art. "Since you've heard my proposal, let me offer a trade. The world lion cub I acquired in exchange for your bond." Suppressing his anger, Art replied firmly, "Thank you, Your Majesty, but I cannot accept. Sylvie is irreplaceable, no matter the offer." "Father." Curtis hurriedly approached his father, grasping his arm tightly. "But I thought the mana beast was meant for me." Disregarding his son's plea, the king focused his attention on Art, awaiting his response. "I must reiterate, Your Majesty. I have no intention of giving up, selling, or trading my bond," Art asserted firmly, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. The king's tone grew grave as he emphasized, "I have asked you twice for a favor. Twice. I will ask you once more. Will you give me your bond?" The atmosphere became charged, with all eyes fixed on Art. Sebastian glared with bloodshot eyes, while the royal guard stood poised, monitoring the unfolding scene. Maintaining his composure, Art calmly posed a question. "Allow me to inquire, Your Majesty, how much would you be willing to sell your own children for?" Without awaiting a response, he continued, "You have asked me twice, and twice I have declined. It appears your pride prevents you from accepting my refusal. If my words were not clear, let me clarify. How much money would you require in exchange for your son or daughter, King Glader?" His voice remained unwavering. A sharp whistle echoed as a sword was drawn from its scabbard. "Insolent peasant," a guard bellowed. "How dare you insult the king and his family?" Before anyone could react, he lunged at Art, his attack swift and fierce. As the sword swung down, Art keenly observed the faint glow of mana enveloping it. Maintaining his calm composure, he took a decisive step forward, deftly seizing the guard's sword and pivoting away from the attack. The blade missed its mark, firmly embedding into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Art delivered a powerful punch to the guard's jaw, sending him crumpling to the ground. With the immediate threat neutralized, Art shifted his attention to Sebastian, who persistently muttered a spell, his unwavering gaze fixed on Art. A twinge of unease formed in Sebastian's stomach as he observed the boy's unwavering confidence despite his lack of background or power. However, overshadowing his unease was the seething contempt Sebastian felt for the boy possessing what he had desperately sought. Just as Sebastian was about to cast his fire spark spell, the boy halted before him. In an instant, A sharp crunch resonated through the air, and Sebastian collapsed to the ground. The sight of his own mangled leg filled him with excruciating pain, consuming his thoughts and leaving him screaming in agony. Sebastian frantically scanned his surroundings, seeking assistance, but to his astonishment, everyone remained frozen, trapped in motionless positions. The colors of his environment seemed distorted, as if inverted, adding to his disorientation. The boy's words pierced through Sebastian's consciousness, momentarily erasing any consideration of his youth. The boy's commanding presence, eloquent speech, and dignified tone exuded an overwhelming aura of power. A chilling familiarity washed over Sebastian, reminding him of their previous encounter. Under the weight of this unrelenting pressure, Sebastian succumbed to fear, obediently ceasing his futile pursuit. With indifference, the boy turned his back and departed, paying no further attention to Sebastian. The king found himself intrigued by the young child's response, realizing that it carried a certain level of provocation towards his sovereign status. While he understood the loyalty of his long-serving guard, Sebastian, the king questioned the propriety of demanding the child to relinquish his companion. However, having made a promise to Sebastian, he felt compelled to uphold it. Suddenly, chaos erupted as the royal night guards reacted impulsively to the child's words. Though caught off guard, the king swiftly regained his composure, recognizing the consequences of a guard's potential demise. Despite the unexpected turn of events, the king remained resolute, observing how the child deftly incapacitated his royal guardsman, leaving him both surprised and impressed. The sight of Sebastian writhing on the ground, his shattered leg jutting out, left the king astounded. With determination in his eyes, Sebastian glared at the boy. Meanwhile, the conjurer scrambled to retrieve his staff and began chanting a spell. However, the boy suddenly fainted, prompting his concerned family and the Hellstaius to rush to his aid. The king sighed, realizing the troublesome task ahead. The boy's relatives struggled to contain their anger, aware of their place before the king. With a deep breath, the king announced the need for medical attention and deferred resolution to a later time, escorting his family out and leaving the inept royal knights to be collected by their comrades.